Good afternoon, everyone, or good morning, depending on where you're joining us from. It is my distinct pleasure to welcome you all to the inaugural conference towards a green Indian financial system, part of a joint multi-stakeholder initiative by Agence Française de Développement, or French Development Agency, Small Industries Development Bank of India, and Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation. With enhanced NDCs and increased ambition, as demonstrated by India at COP26, climate financing needs are likely to be even higher than the previously estimated requirement of $2.5 trillion. Meeting the country's need will require us to unlock the potential of climate finance through the mobilization of key stakeholders from public and private sector, from banks, corporate, governments and regulators, civil society, and think tanks. It is with this objective in mind that we present this conference today, initiating what will hopefully be a series of conversations around greening of the Indian financial system, leveraging key inputs and knowledge from diverse stakeholders in India, France, and Europe. Without further ado, let me welcome Mr. Sivasubramaniam Raman, Chairman and Managing Director for Small Industries Development Bank of India, for his opening remarks. Over to you, Mr. Raman.
Thank you so much. Distinguished speakers and panelists, I'm happy to be here amongst our friends, AFD and Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation, and participants who have come to hear this very interesting panel session, which will go through the afternoon. I'd like to start with a famous quote from Mahatma Gandhi. It says, "The world has enough for everyone's need, but not enough for everyone's greed." This is very apt in the current scenario where the unquenchable desire of human beings to have more and more has brought us to a situation where if we do not change our consumption patterns, there will be no point of return. The unprecedented trends of natural disasters, heat waves, cyclones, earthquakes, you name it, not only their frequency, but their intensity has increased, which clearly indicates that our climate is changing and for the adverse. India's commitment towards climate-related actions have been reaffirmed during the recent climate summit held at Glasgow, wherein our Honorable Prime Minister shared India's commitment to mitigate climate changes by achieving a net zero carbon emission by 2070. This sort of set alight the international arena when it comes to climate change, because as we all know, India is an important stakeholder in this entire journey towards greening the climate. India has committed to reduce its emission intensity by 45% from the earlier commitment of 33 to 35% by 2030 from 2005 levels. Like climate change, the challenges to address this problem are also multidimensional. One of the major challenges is the availability of funds to implement required climate mitigation plans. According to an estimate, India needs approximately $2.5 trillion from 2015 to 2030 to achieve its nationally determined contributions, which have been further enhanced during the Glasgow summit. However, as of 2018, climate and green investment only represents 13% of the annual targets. In India, the climate change poses even more severe risks to the MSME sector, to which SIDBI is wedded. MSMEs contribute 30% of GDP and are the largest employers after agriculture. While large corporate houses have the financial muscle to invest in these areas, MSMEs are confronted with severe financial constraints. Limited awareness and technical wherewithal, regulatory support systems, and complex environmental norms create further challenges for MSMEs. Both demand and supply aspects need to be attended to in right earnest. SIDBI has identified energy efficiency and climate change and green enterprise ecosystem related activities as a thrust area. We've set up dedicated verticals, which besides adding sheen to green ambition, complements the sustainable agenda through soft and hard infrastructure support across the country. We are responsibly seized of this crucial mandate to promote energy efficiency and sustainable development in the MSME sector, ensuring their survival, growth, and competitiveness in the long run. SIDBI has been, since several years, taking concerted steps in this regard. We have assimilated, customized, and scaled up a few global good practices within the Indian ecosystem. SIDBI has financed energy efficiency loans to around 10,000 MSMEs over the last 5 to 6 years and established a good track record with all partner agencies. An accredited agency for the GCF, we shall not only take forward our own initiatives with the GCF, but also facilitate partners through project management support towards adaptation and mitigation projects on the climate theme. SIDBI aims to reach out to 100,000 MSMEs in the next 10 years through different technical and financial support programs. For this, we shall be working closely with national and international agencies like the GCF, the CTF, the World Bank, FCDO, JICA, AFD, KFW, etc. As in the past, assimilating good global practices and customized adoption and adaptation strategies for India shall be key to guide us. Another major focus area for the country and SIDBI is green mobility, of which we have all seen a lot of action in the last few weeks and months. Charging infrastructure is one particular need which we have identified as being a thrust area. Further, to inculcate the habit of energy efficiency into day-to-day operations of MSMEs, SIDBI is working on adopting an integrated credit rating model, wherein the units will also be rated based on their environment and social performance, in addition to the financial parameters which are presently looked at. Going forward, this will be shared with the industry. Additionally, to reduce our own carbon footprint, SIDBI is working actively towards achieving carbon neutrality by 2024, which will include all our operations and services. We're also viewing development engagements through our newly set up entity, SIDBI Swavalamban Foundation. We intend to reach unserved and underserved rural pockets and induce responsible businesses in the value chain. We shall further the SDG goals as also facilitate themes like social stock exchange, green and impact bonds. We believe that green financing to MSMEs will play a major role in overall efforts to fight climate change and in achieving India's nationally determined contributions set for 2030. Sustainability has within itself the word inability apart from ability, and we're all conscious of this. We realize that ability to act, but inability to have an impact derails the best of intentions. Our initiatives shall have an embedded theme of inclusive, innovative, and impact-aligned engagements. I believe that this initiative towards a greening Indian financial system will be benefited with the experience of our partners, AFD, which has a rich experience in this area, as well as Shakti, which is very much on the ground in several areas of greening. We hope to engage with more and more participants, more and more partners as we move along this journey. And together we will be able to develop a roadmap and a conducive environment to promote green climate finance and make India's development a sustainable one. I thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Raman, for sharing your thoughts and the upcoming priorities for SIDBI. May I now welcome Mr. Remy Riou, the CEO for French Development Agency, to share his thoughts.
Hello, everybody. Thanks to you all. Sorry to be late. The public transportation in Paris is sometimes difficult, but I'm here and I'm extremely pleased to participate this conversation on building a green Indian financial system. I really thank SIDBI, dear Chairman Raman. Good to see you again. I thank also Shakti and of course all colleagues of the Indian banks and financial institutions and the government of India, of course. I was in your country with President Macron back in 2018, so I know the strength, the depth, the vibrancy of our bilateral relationship and more broadly speaking that between India and Europe. And this conference today, which will be followed by a workshop in Paris in June, then a conclusive seminar in December in Mumbai, I think is a key initiative in this regard. Of course, the topic you've chosen is the main one. It's a very personal issue for me since I was in the past the chief negotiator on finance of the Paris Agreement back in 2015. So I'm following very closely what is happening on this issue for 6 years now and even before, measuring the consciousness all actors are gaining and looking at encouraging positive cooperations, actions in this field. I was probably like many of you in Glasgow last year for COP26 that was splendidly hosted, of course, by the Italian and the British government. I thank them for that. But we were all a bit anxious before Glasgow. Was the Paris Agreement endangered? Would we have a surge in the fight against climate change? The result, of course, is mixed, and we could discuss it. But there's something I'm sure, and I learned and I measured in Glasgow. This is the commitment of governments from emerging markets, and especially the government of India. So in the first week of COP26, when we were all so anxious, there were many announcements by colleagues. I want also to highlight what the government of South Africa announced at that time, but what Prime Minister Modi said about carbon neutrality, about the journey towards decarbonation of the Indian economy. Of course, fully aware of the social challenges and the economic issues at hand, completely changed the mood in Glasgow. And what happened in Glasgow is, I think, the long-term trajectory, the long-term objectives have been now clearly clarified by our governments all over the world. Somewhere at the midterm of this century, we have to fully decarbonize our economies. So that's very good news because for institutions, for financial institutions, it gives the perspective. Good news, but also a challenge. Now that the long term is clarified, we have to turn very, very seriously to the short term and transform it into investment plans, trajectories that we have to start very rapidly to reach these objectives. And this is where your conference is so important, because I would say the ball is on our side. Time has come for banks, financial institutions to finance this huge and complex and challenging transition. And I can, of course, share with you my own experience and what we are building with SIDBI, with so many colleagues around the world to do this. So I'm the CEO of AFD, Agence Française de Développement, and because of what I just said, we decided back in 2017 in our new strategy to be fully aligned with the Paris Agreement goals. And so we have developed a lot of experience, a lot of methodologies to be accountable to it. And we can share it, of course, with all Indian colleagues. Of course, it's easier for AFD than for SIDBI or for local banks to do it, because AFD is I would say, a pure international player. So somehow we are following the needs and the demand and the dialogue with the local authorities, but it's easier for us to stop financing brown investments. So I'm not saying we are better than anybody. I'm just saying that we have a special role, which is to be as clear, as ambitious as possible, and be, of course, fully inclusive, developing as many partnerships as we can to push the ambition, to straighten the investment mode, to transform our business models, to follow this common and global goal we have. And there's, of course, a lot of potential in India. We know India is the second largest emerging green bond market in the world. So a lot is happening in your country. We know the ambitious targets of your 2030 NDC, the goal of energy independence by 2047, and net zero in 2070. So you can count on AFD as a partner, as a solid partner in this journey. The project we are financing in your country are, well, mostly related to climate already, and we can and we will, with your help, do more. And I close by saying that this is AFD, but AFD and SIDBI, we are part of a very vast and ambitious movement between all the public development banks in the world. And the glue between all of us is, of course, climate and SDG finance now. We started with a club, IDFC, SIDBI is a member of. It's called IDFC, International Development Finance Club. 27 banks, mostly national banks, all regional banks. So no multilateral institution, but those that are so deeply rooted in their own constituency. And we made a lot of progress in this group, providing more than 1 trillion of climate finance since COP21 between 2015 and 2020, committing 1.3 trillion now by 2025 in Glasgow, stopping international public finance for new unabated coal power generation, following immediately the decision made by our leaders at the G20 in Rome, and maybe even more important, exchanging our experiences, training our staff for climate and SDGs. So this is a very concrete, very friendly network. And at the heart, of course, of another initiative I would like to mention today, which is called Finance in Common. Finance in Common is the big thing, I would say. It's not only AFD, it's not only SIDBI, it's not only IDFC, it's the gathering of all of us. I mean, at the top of the pyramid, of course, the World Bank and multilateral institution, the Asian Development Bank, but also all the others. And the bulk of it, of course, is at the national level. We have identified 530 public development banks in the world. It amounts to $2.5 trillion investments each year, meaning you have about 15% of total investments in the world each year, public and private, that are public and that are following the guidance set by our governments, and that are, of course, bridging between short-term and long-term, bridging between public and private, bridging between so many dimensions between society and governments. And we are rediscovering the crucial role. There's a very long history in India of public development banks. And I think we can now identify the conditions of success. And certainly international cooperation is one of these conditions. I start by saying that, so we had 2 summits, next one will be in Abidjan. And certainly I hope Sidbi and Shakti and all, I know there's a plan for a new infrastructure bank in India as well. All Indian colleagues are most welcome to participate very actively in this initiative. And I start by saying that, of course, it's not only about public bank, or the idea is not to promote public bank for themselves. It's really to contribute to the transformation and reorientation of the financial system as a whole. And so it has to come from the dialogue between the various actors. Chairman Raman is a very experienced professional of the financial markets and their regulation. So we have to open a more strategic discussion with private finance. Good news, there's a vast coalition Mark Carney assembled in Glasgow called GFANZ, Global Financial Alliance for Net Zero. That's one. Of course, central banks are key. They are setting the guidance, they are following our risks, they are financing, of course, providing the liquidity when needed. And good news, the central banks now have their network. Bank India is part of it. It's called NGFS, I think, part of this conference. And now you have finance in common, as I would say, the third pillar of this discussion. And I really hope that the G20 will spur and push for that discussion. You know, for 2 years, the G20 is in Asia. Colleagues from Indonesia have the baton this year, and the presidency will come to India next year, and then Brazil, and then South Africa. And of course, public banks are particularly active and strong and much needed in emerging markets, of course, to complement and deploy fully a financial system that is consistent with the goals of the Paris Agreement. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Ryu, for sharing your insights. Mr. Anshu Bharadwaj, CEO for Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation, has unfortunately fallen sick and is recovering from COVID, and therefore he won't be able to join us today. We apologize for his absence. On behalf of him, I welcome you all again to the conference. Shakti is very glad to bring this joint initiative with AFD and SIDBI forward in order to initiate purposeful dialogue between stakeholders across the globe, leverage learnings from various diverse groups, and more importantly, facilitate the flow of knowledge among practitioners, civil society, and policymakers. We have 3 very interesting panel discussions lined up for you today. Our first panel will deliberate on the role of regulation in greening the financial system. We bring together Indian and international perspectives on how climate-related financial risks can be effectively managed within our risk management process, along with how Rel is joining us today Please allow me to welcome Srimati Leena Nandan, Secretary for Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change, Srimati Neha Chauhan, Deputy Director for Department of Financial Service, Ministry of Finance, Mr. Stefan Chinevsky, Senior Advisor for French Treasury, and Mr. Jean Boisonneau, Secretary for Network for Greening the Financial System. The session would be moderated by Mr. Koil Kumar Mandal, Chief of Program at Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation. Mr. Mandal brings with him over 15 years of leadership experience in designing and implementing programs in climate resilient infrastructure and international climate finance, along with developing policy and financial ecosystem for decentralized renewable energy. Prior to joining Shakti, he worked with the Institute for Financial Management and Research as head of programs, GIZ as senior advisor, and G20 Saudi Arabia as policy expert.
Thank you. Kritika, there was some background noise. Shall I take over?
Sorry, where did you lose me at?
It's fine. I think, yeah.
Please go ahead. Yes, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Kritika, and I welcome everyone once again to the first panel on the role of regulation in greening the financial system. The format for this panel will be, I'll give a brief context, set a brief context to the panel before introducing our distinguished panelists, and then we will start with the question and answer session. Unfortunately, we don't have the option of audience questions today, but I think the organizers will share an email with you in case you have questions. We'll try and get back to you later. So in terms of setting the context, I think the speakers, the opening remarks set the context quite well. Indeed, the relationship between climate change and financial risk has gained unprecedented attention in the current years. And there is now a growing consensus on the fact that climate risk is material. Yet, if you look at the vast majority of public and private finance that's flowing through our system now, it's not aligned with the 2015 Paris Agreement. And this misalignment is a major source, or can be a major source, of financial risk. Since 2017, there have been a number of initiatives to address climate risk for financial institutions. In 2017, the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosure, TCFD, of the Financial Stability Board, they issued recommendations aiming to improve climate-related disclosure. Later the same year, a group of central banks and financial supervisors, they created the National Network for Greening the Financial System, NGFS. Since then, the NGFS has spearheaded growing efforts to incorporate climate-related risks within both prudential and financial supervisory frameworks. In April 2021, the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision, which is the global target setter for banks, they published 2 reports which analyze climate-related risk drivers and their transmission channels and discuss the range of measurement methodologies that are either currently available or under development. So given all of this, where do we stand currently in terms of integrating climate risks within financial institutions? Do we have the data to analyze such risks? Are the current modeling tools and methodologies adequate? What can we learn from the work done by institutions such as the Bank of Netherlands, Bank of France, and Bank of England? And finally, what can central banks across the world do to analyze and mitigate such risks? To discuss all of this, we have a very distinguished set of speakers today. And let me introduce quickly all of them. Let me first introduce Mrs. Leena Nandan. Mrs. Nandan was appointed Secretary in the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change in December 2021. She was previously serving as Secretary in the Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution. She is a 1987 batch IAS officer of the UP cadre. Welcome, Ms. Nandan. Next, we have Mr. Jean Boisonneau. He's Deputy Director of Financial Stability at Bank of France and head of the NGFS Secretariat since 2021. He was previously a senior advisor to the governors in charge of financial stability matters. Before joining the Bank of France in 2018, he held various positions at the French Ministry of Finance. Over the course of his career, he has also worked at the British Ministry of Finance and been involved in a number of international groups such as the G20, FSB, and OECD. Welcome, Mr. Boissonnaud. Next, we have Mr. Stéphane Chinausky. He was appointed as a high-level expert delegate to the French Director General of the Treasury on climate and environmental issues in September 2020. He was posted abroad for about 15 years in the international network of the Directorate General of Treasury, and he was also head of Africa office at the French Treasury. Before taking up his current position at the French Treasury, he was head of the economic service of the French representation to the OECD. Welcome, Mr. Chinausky. And finally, we have Ms. Neha Chauhan, Deputy Director, Department of Financial Services at the Ministry of Finance. Ms. Chauhan belongs to Indian Economic Service 2014 batch. She has an MPhil in economics from JNU, and she is currently handling international industrial finance sector in the Ministry of Finance. Welcome, Ms. Chauhan. So, Ms. Nandan, if I may start with you. So one of the major risks, climate risks within financial institution is the transition risk, or otherwise the risk of low carbon policies and the transition towards a low carbon future, both technology and policy risk. If you can tell the audience about India's plan for transition to a low carbon and net zero future.
I think the agenda has been set very clearly in the opening remarks of the CMD SIDBI, and the CEO AFD also gave an overall global perspective. What India has announced in terms of the COP26 targets for India are very clear. They're all there. The agenda has been set for us, and it has simply put it in a global perspective. The actions that India has been taking very consistently, being fully cognizant of the need to take advance action on many climate-related issues. So from 2012 itself, the RBI had come out with its guidelines for priority sector lending, and it has continued to highlight the attention towards and to focus the attention towards renewable sources of energy. Of course, last year, the RBI, as our central bank, has also joined the network for the Greening India, the entire movement. And as such, now taking forward its overarching role as the regulator, what the RBI intends to do and what the Ministry of Finance and the entire government of India intend to do are to put together some very clear guidelines. We recently have seen SEBI, the security, the regulator for the exchanges, and they have come out with very clear guidelines on how they propose to put into place the environmental and social governance principles. And the Department of Economic Affairs has also initiated the action I'm talking about how we develop and propose to develop a sustainable financing network. So there's a whole of government approach. And when we talk about the commitments that India has made in terms of reduction in the emission intensity, in terms of the carbon sink and the fossil, less dependence on fossil fuel, all of that is going to be served by, on the one hand, putting the right systems into place, but on the other, continuously striving towards getting in the financing elements through a very concerted dialogue at every level. I was extremely encouraged to hear what both the SIDBI and AFD had to say in terms of the support that is already being put into place for the MSMEs. And they have a very, very important role to play in the entire climate action imperative. But what we also need to see side by side is what are the other regulations that may either impede or advance the whole principle of coming into, of the setting up of environment-friendly industry and enterprise. And here I will very briefly mention the process that we have initiated very recently in the year 2021 for encouraging, for instance, ethanol, for blending of fuel with ethanol, and ethanol specifically considering that this is going to be grain-based and molasses-based ethanol, and when blended with petrol is going to reduce the emissions arising out of transportation. So there is a dual objective that is being served. And here the Environment Ministry has taken a lead. We have simplified the entire process for giving environmental clearances. So that also the ministry has done as a regulator, because unless and until we are able to encourage these kind of industries to come up, we would not be able to serve the larger purpose of reduction in the emission intensity arising out of fossil fuels. That is just one example. And in a similar other fashion, what we are proposing to do is to work together with all the industries, and we have already come out with, we are drafting our the National Action Plan for Climate Change. That is going to have a very clear and very specific plan of action, a very clear understanding of what we need to do and how we need to do it. But we would also look towards the funding agencies, be they the banks, be they the multilateral banks. There has to be a very clear understanding of how this transfer of technology, how this movement towards better technology, greener technology is going to take place, and how the risks arising out of the vulnerability of climate change is going to be mitigated. So there, the hand-holding of the enterprises, the guidance principles of how to do environmental audits, all that also requires sufficient amount of attention. So I think that is the next area that we are going to be taking up in a very planned and holistic manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nandan. And I do want to come back to you on the physical risks of climate change, because that's also important. But before that, let me turn to Mr. Boissonnault and get to the point of the role of central banks in all of this. Mr. Boissonnault, if I may ask you, what has been the role and work of NGFS till date, and are you satisfied with the progress?
Thank you very much, Koyal, and thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here today with you. So as you kindly told the audience, the NGFS was created more than 4 years ago now by 8 central banks and supervisors coming together to collaborate on climate change and environmental matters. I mean, at this stage, it was clearly not as fancy as it may be today. And it was a realization by the various institutions involved that these questions were very important questions, but also very difficult questions, and that we would make progress faster if we came together to find the solutions together. Over the course of the past 4 years, I think there's 2 main developments. On substance, and with regard to the network itself. Maybe I will start with the network itself. We started being 8 in Paris in December 2017, and we are now 108 members 4 years later, and 16 observers and a number of stakeholders. So clearly now we've reached, and we have a global reach across the network, because collectively we supervise all of the GSIBs and 2/3 of the globally systemic insurance companies, and we are glad that many of the main jurisdictions have joined the network now. The RBI last spring, the Fed at about the same time, and on and on and on. And I think it's also very important to keep in mind the diversity of the membership of the NGFS. It is a platform to bring together people from various backgrounds, origins, constraints, but coming to collaborate and collaborate on substance. Because what we do is trying to develop the tools that the members need to take action regarding climate change. The beginning of the work was very much focused on better understanding how climate change would fit in the mandates of central banks, whether it is the price stability mandates, the financial stability mandates, and what climate change means across all the business lines of a central banks. So, I mean, that was the very beginning of the work, and having reached a better understanding of these questions after, let's say, a year or a year and a half, then the network delved into developing practical approaches to indeed incorporate climate change across all the central banks and the supervisory activity, be it microprudential supervision, be it macroprudential policy and taking care of financial stability, be it monetary policy, the management of the other parts, the non-monetary part of the balance sheet of the central bank, and so on and so forth. And we are now collectively equipped with maybe not perfect, not ideal solutions, but at least solutions that enables us to take action. And we see again this kind of work developing in two ways. First, we collectively become better at incorporating climate change in what we do. If I take just two examples actually, we have come up with best practices with regard to the supervision of climate change risk associated to climate change in bank and insurance companies, and we have made two progress reports, and it's quite impressive, to see that something that was nascent perhaps 2 years ago is now almost mainstream across all of the network. To take another example, we have started to, if you want to understand this risk, basically, at some point you need scenarios to be able to understand how the various risks are coming together. But building up macro-financial climate scenarios is indeed a very complex task. So we collectively work to develop these scenarios. They are not ideal, but we have already improved it once, and we are currently working on the third vintage of the scenarios. And there will be a fourth vintage, and so on and so forth. And just to conclude on that, in Glasgow, the network addressed the COP26 participant to present its own commitment to carry on this work, to accelerate. But alongside this commitment of the network, it was very impressive to see that 2/3 of the members of the NGFS took actual commitments and pledged to do things, very concrete things with regard to supervision, with regard to preserving financial stability, with regard to monetary policy, and again, very practical steps. For example, taking commitment to train the staff of the organization, and so on and so forth. So, it's very much an enabler of climate action that the NGFS is trying to be. And so far, we will never go as fast as we should, but it's clearly impressive the momentum that the NGFS has reached.
Thank you, Mr. Bossino. Ms. Chauhan, if I may turn to you now. Of course, India has made an announcement to achieve net zero by 2070 earlier at COP. Now, preliminary estimates suggest that India will need somewhere between $2 trillion to $6 trillion to achieve this commitment of net zero transition. If you can tell us, how can India attract the private investments that's required at scale, and especially from international investors, to achieve this target?
I would like to start by saying that the policy framework of this country recognizes that its path to development must be the one which places adequate emphasis on all three pillars of sustainable development, be it economic, social, or environmental. And the implementation of the climate targets that we have committed to, that in turn depends upon the international and domestic economic scenario. So both issues are in a way interrelated. But now the time has come when India's adaptation efforts need to speed up. We need to further intensify these efforts, because climate change impacts are worsening with time, and adaptation cost will also increase. And doing it only from domestic sources is going to be difficult for our country. So new and additional financial resources and technological support to the developing countries, it was committed by the developed countries also under the Paris Agreement, and this need to be implemented. And further, it is important to note that developed countries need to do much more than what they are currently committed to achieve climate action at an appropriate level. In addition, I would just like to add that global issuance of green bonds has surpassed $250 billion in 2019, about 3.5% of the global bond issuance, which was around $7.15 trillion. And among the emerging economies, India occupies the second spot after China in the cumulative emerging market green bond issuance 2012-20. And the cumulative issuance of global green bond, it has crossed US 1 trillion mark in 2020. So that's a positive news for us. We are gathering resources from the international sources also, and basically now the challenge lies in channelizing these resources towards by providing right kind of incentive to financial institutions and other stakeholders in the financial sector. For that also regulators as well as government, they are taking the traditional objective of financial regulation. What is the traditional objective of financial regulation? Basically, the market functions properly and there is financial stability. But now there is a broad consensus among financial regulators that climate change needs to be integrated into regulatory framework. And we need to provide right kind of economic incentives to financial institutions, to creditors and to lenders that certain kind of costs are associated with carbon emitting sectors. And then that way the funds can be directed towards those sources where carbon mitigation strategies that government is trying to employ in this country can turn out to be more effective. Quicker results can be obtained. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Chauhan. Mr. Chinausky, so France has been a pioneer in this regard, integrating climate risk within financial institutions. What can you tell us about the kind of supervisory and regulatory measures that have been implemented in the country, in France, to make this integration of climate risk possible within financial institutions?
Thank you very much. Thanks for the invitation, and good afternoon all. It's a pleasure to be here with you, so to speak, because I'm sitting 6,000 kilometers away. So coming back to your question, well, from the Ministry of Finance standpoint, we have devised a three-pronged strategy based on transparency, access to reliable data, and peer pressure. Those have been quite effective so far, I believe. But before delving into that, I would like to point out that greening the financial sector, meaning not only fostering the funding of the green activities, but mainstreaming climate across the whole of the financial sector, is truly a whole of government endeavor. And this is probably my most important message. And the first step for us in that endeavor was to provide the private sector with a clear vision and detailed guidelines. So that's what we have tried to achieve with a commitment toward net zero by 2050. Both at the national and at the EU level, that is now enshrined in law. And that is broken down in 5-year indicative budget carbon that are regularly updated and then later discussed with the industrial cluster. So this is very, very important to set the stage. And on top of this, at the macro level, we at the Ministry of Finance are true believers that each and every of the key policy levels need to be used. Command and control instruments such as CO2 emission standards, energy efficiency standards, and so on, but also economic instruments such as tax, subsidies, cap and trade system, and of course, the most important of them being carbon pricing, which perhaps you are aware of is implemented at the EU level, covering all of the industrial and energy sector, which roughly accounts for 40% of our greenhouse gas emissions. Now, so those are truly the key building blocks, in my view, of greening the financial sector, because let's be honest, it cannot happen, it cannot work independently from the rest of the economy. Now, coming back to financial sector regulations and our three-pillar strategy. So the first pillar has been for us to improve the transparency of financial institutions' investment decision. This is the first step, and this was crucial in order to make financial institutions accountable of their portfolio allocation. So in 2015, we passed a law that required the integration of ESG factors into the investment decision-making and risk management procedures of institutional investors. And since then, each financial institution has to disclose how their investment strategy contributes to the achievement of the goals of the Paris agreements. It was, I believe, a world premiere at the time, and it then inspired at the EU level the regulation that has become the Sustainable Finance Disclosure Regulation, and that was enacted 2 years ago. Then we moved one step further last year with the Energy Climate Law that broadened the scope of reporting entities and added new items to publish, such as biodiversity-related risks and portfolio exposure to fossil fuels. The second pillar of our strategy was to equip investors with the tools to assess the commitments of corporates relating to the transition that the Paris Agreement is calling for. That's also a crucial building block of any sustainable investment strategy. We in France are true believers in the merit of transparency on environmental impact at the company level. And in fact, our first ESG reporting guidelines for corporates date as far back as 2001, long before such a framework was adopted at the EU level in 2014. So that disclosure framework is currently being updated through the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, which is a formidable task on which I believe Patrick de Cambourg will talk in the next session. So I won't spend more time on this because Patrick is truly the key person, the key asset on this issue. And finally, the last point I would like to make is the dialogue we have engaged at the highest level between trade federations and the Minister for Finance, Mr. Bruno Le Maire. So in 2019, Bruno Le Maire discussed with the Professional Federation of the Paris Financial Marketplace, and together they agreed on voluntary commitments for phasing out coal financing. So those individual commitments could be tailor-made by each institution, but they had to abide with the same timetable, which is total divestment from coal and coal-related companies in OECD country by 2030 and in the rest of the world by 2040. So 1 year later, the implementation of those commitments were assessed by the supervisory bodies, and Minister Bruno Le Maire required detailed and common methodologies on which the marketplace is still working, and it also requires those commitments to be expanded to non-conventional fossil fuels. So that's already quite a lot, and let me stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Nandan, if I may turn to you again and talk about the physical risks of climate change. You know, we heard about the adaptation cost and the huge adaptation costs for India. Also, Mr. Bossinor mentioned about the climate scenarios that NGFS is developing. India, of course, is very vulnerable to climate change. We have a long coastline, infrastructure, also cities like Chennai, Bombay, getting frequent floods now. Agriculture, large population depending on agriculture, it's vulnerable to climate change. How much do we understand about the physical risks of climate change, and what kind of capacities do we have in terms of modeling these vulnerabilities?
I think this is very closely connected with what I had mentioned in the earlier response, that we need to come out with frameworks to guide the industries and guide the enterprises that are particularly vulnerable from the physical aspect to the impact of climate change. And you have alluded to, you know, the areas along the coastline where there would be chances of, you know, the natural disasters happening, and therefore the investment in such enterprises and industries would be particularly at risk in such eventualities. We are fully cognizant of the need to guide and handhold these enterprises, and therefore it is important that in conferences like this, we are able to talk in very specific terms and arrive at some kind of a clear roadmap, which really talks about what we are proposing to do on the ground in terms of supporting the enterprises to develop some measures that take care of, because the risk element is always in the financial terms as well. If there is going to be a physical risk, if the existence itself is under question, or it is badly impacted due to some natural phenomenon which happens in an unprecedented manner. Therefore, the entire functioning of that particular industry and the entire contribution it is making to the economy is going to be under threat. How do we anticipate these problems? How do we do proper mapping of all those enterprises which might be vulnerable to such situations? You talked about coastal areas, and I would also add areas which are in the hills where there could be also landslides, etc., which also are equally a physical risk. So we need to identify, we need to have a very drill down approach in terms of mapping of the areas and in terms of working out what is going to be the response mechanism. Therefore, when we talk about risk mitigation, how do we factor in these into the business modeling? That also has to be understood. We cannot leave it to the industries, the small scale industries, micro and the medium level industries, to come out on their own with an understanding of what are the risks that are involved, the physical and financial risks, and what they would need to do to take care, to address their vulnerabilities. Therefore, it is up to these kind of conferences and discussions to come out with an actionable plan as to what kind of methodology will be adopted, what kind of structures or mechanism or institutions, let me put it very specifically, what kind of institutional support systems can be devised that can do this outreach to assess, analyze, and guide as to what is going to be the disaster management plan. And then also the financing is a crucial element of it. So in the functioning of these industries, the technology part, which will always be associated and come hand in hand with the financing of that technology, that is a big question mark which needs to be addressed. So I do feel that a holistic approach to risk mitigation has to be done, and this is the crucial time when we come out with such very specific institutional structures and then put them in place, fund them, and they in turn reach out and are able to take into their ambit a whole range of enterprises that need to be guided at a very critical time, which is now. Thank you.
Mr. Bossino, coming back to you now, of course, it's one thing to understand and assess the risk, but then the question comes, what kind of regulatory measures can you take in order to integrate those risks, in terms of shift in capital requirements, reevaluation of collaterals, etc. Are there steps that will be taken? Are there talks within either NGFS or the BCBS? For example, do we need changes in the Basel framework? If you can tell us a little bit about those issues.
Yes, indeed. I think there is perhaps a misperception that, for example, a supervisor will keep on trying to understand the risk, but fail to act. And I can assure you that this is very much not the case. When we do a stress test, for example, I think it's important to understand that it is a collective journey, that we won't start by, let's say, taking policy action on the back of, or taking regulatory action on the back of that. But this is not because you are not doing that the first time you run a stress test that you will not do it forever. Maybe clearly, if I focus on this journey dimension, I think the stage at which we are collectively now is that by running these exercises, we are trying to raise the attention of the financial sector to the challenges that they need to face and address properly in understanding what was just described by Mr. Gupta, for example, by Mrs. Gupta, for example, with regard to the risk they are facing. So it's a very important first step to equip the institutions with this knowledge. Now, if we, as supervisors, don't see rapid progress against that background, it is quite clear that in the existing framework we have levers that we can use. I mean, all the Pillar 2 of the Basel framework is dedicated to exactly address this kind of gaps, and I would be surprised that the laggards in the stress test, not maybe the ones that exhibit the more sensitivity to the risk, but the ones that are the less able to understand this risk, there will be policy actions taken to make sure that they keep up with what should be the standard in the sectors with regard to the management, to the measurement and the management of this risk. Going forward, the next step would obviously be, as we get a better understanding of the risk, would obviously be to see whether there is a need for additional capital in the system to face this risk. But again, it's important to understand that there is no need to change the framework to do so, because with the existing framework, you already have a number of policy levers to adjust the capital requirements. For example, through specific buffers if need be, but also by readjusting the existing the calculation of the capital requirement. Because when you realize that basically you were previously underestimating the risk, then if you reassess this risk, it has without changing anything, it has an impact on the capital you need to put in front of this risk. So first, it's very much a journey. We won't start the journey by jumping straight to the end point, but it's a progressive one that we're taking, and we are not collectively fearing to take action. It's just that each step needs to be reached at the right time, having in mind again the urgency of the situation. And it's again maybe one last thing on that. It's important also that we collectively keep in mind the end goal and what we are collectively trying to reach, and really think about the best policy levers that we have to reach that. So our job as financial supervisors typically is to make sure that we are preserving the soundness and stability of the institution and the financial system, and that's what we will be trying to do when we see, or as we see, the risks stemming from climate change increasing. So maybe it will take the form of capital requirement, a de facto increase in the capital requirement. But let me stress, coming back to the point that Stéphane was making earlier, this is basically not done in abstract, and there is some other policies being developed. And for example, the better we have good climate policies, the smaller or the more manageable the risk. So it will be very much some kind of, in the end, a policy package that will be consistent and take into account what is happening elsewhere in the economy.
Thank you. Ms. Chauhan, on similar lines, India, of course, made some important decisions last year. The Reserve Bank of India, our central bank, we joined NGFS last year. RBI also issued a statement of commitment to support greening India's financial system. And I'm quoting from the commitment here. It talks about using climate scenario exercises, integrating climate risks in financial stability monitoring, and building awareness among regulated financial institutions. If you can tell us a little bit about our plans going ahead in terms of operationalizing some of these commitments. From a regulatory perspective or supervisory perspective, how do we plan on integrating these risks in our financial frameworks?
From a supervisory perspective, these commitments basically boil down to 2 points. First is capital allocation to carbon mitigating sector, and second is ensuring a proper marketing functioning, which has to come from both regulator as well as from the supervisor, through disclosure or reporting, and reinforcing the resilience of financial factors through a better assessment of climate risks that are there present in our economy today. That also indirectly helps channeling financial flows towards green activities. Now, RBI recently they have set up a sustainable finance group within the Department of Regulation in the Reserve Bank, which will be spearheading RBI's effort and regulatory initiatives in the area of sustainable finance and climate risk. And they are taking steps towards integrating climate-related risk into financial stability monitoring so that it can be captured and steps could be taken towards it. Then there is also stress on building in-house capacity on assessment and monitoring of climate risk. and generating awareness of climate-related risk among regulated entities. Because it's very important to take all the stakeholders on board before these kind of initiatives can be implemented in an efficient manner. Then there is also steps toward coordination with other financial regulators to better understand the climate-related risk to the financial system and those related to the transition to a low carbon economy. As you also discussed about, as we have already discussed about transition cost and physical costs associated with this kind of transition. Then there are efforts being taken for advising regulated entities to have a strong strategy to address the climate change risk and appropriate governance structure to effectively manage them for a microprudential perspective. Now, action plan of RBI, they have already taken steps. They have put in place an appropriate action plan towards making a meaningful contribution to the sustainable development. And slowly and steadily, the RBI there has been incentivizing bank lending towards green industries and projects. Again, a step towards increase capital allocation to carbon mitigating sector. And of course, renewable energy projects have already been included under priority sector lending. And in 2012, RBI introduced a loan sanctioned by banks directly to individual for setting up off-grid solar and other off-grid renewable energy solution for household. And in 2015, the PSL criteria was again expanded to bank loans up to the limit of 15 crores to the borrowers for the purpose like solar-based and power generators, biomass-based power generators, windmill, micro hydro plants, etc. And there are street lighting system and remote village electrification was also included as a part of it. In 2020, the above limit for bank loan was also doubled to, which was earlier 15 crore, it was doubled to 30 crores. So RBI slowly and steadily, as I was saying, is taking steps towards providing right kind of signals to enhance capital allocation to the green sectors and mitigate the problem. And other than that, at supervisory level, government is also coordinating and trying to government is engaging with various stakeholders. Of course, RBI is there. Then there are other ministries, banks, FIs, etc., to ensure that sector-specific needs could be met. So, recently in November, ministry reached out to different stakeholders, asking them what steps could be taken. Whereas a very, very pertinent point came up where one of the ministries stated that when they go to financial institution for these kind of financing, some capacity building is required at a certain level, so that these kind of assessment can be done in a proper manner. Whenever these decisions are taken, there is always a risk associated, which is calculated in a very scientific manner by banks. So this kind of capacity building is required at ground level, field level also, so that these initiatives can actually quickly generate better results for the entire economy.
Thank you. I think that's a great point. We need to build those capacities both within the climate science community as well as the financial community. Mr. Chinausky, turning to you now, you heard the Indian speakers and the kind of steps India has taken in this direction. What can we learn further from the French experience? Are there mistakes you made in the process? Are there things that you learned in terms of these aspects? If you can throw some light on that.
Perhaps in my previous intervention, I focused on what we asked from the financial sectors as public authorities. Here, I would like to focus on the role of public authorities also to open the path and lead by example, because I believe it's also very important. Because as I try to emphasize, it remains a lot. The effectiveness of our actions rely a lot on peer pressure. And in order to be credible, we also have to be consistent. That's an important point. So in our case, actually, the journey started perhaps 15 years ago with the greening of some of our international financing instruments. To be by the way, it started with the greening of ODA, in which AFD was a pathfinder. So I won't elaborate too much on this because I'm on the turf of AFD and and Rémi Rioux has been very eloquent of it, but I think it's important to remember that actually the greening of the financial sector started with the greening of ODA. Then we moved up a bit to the greening of our export finance instruments that are, in our case, handled by the Ministry of Finance. Of course, the journey started much more recently because it's a more complex equation with other objectives to pursue. But still, I think it was no accident that in 2019, when the minister Bruno Le Maire requested that the Paris financial marketplace makes voluntary commitments for phasing out coal financing, the very same year we committed ourselves to phase out coal from our export finance instrument. I think it was very important to keep that parallelism. And the second important lesson we learned, I believe, yes, I think with insight, the issuance of our first sovereign green bond in January 2017 was truly a seminal moment. Not only because it kickstarted the green bond market, which has enjoyed a tremendous growth in France until very recently. Actually, France accounted for about one quarter of the world market of green bonds, which are till now the main green asset available. But also because I think it set in motion a chain reaction for the mainstreaming of climate across our policies, across our planning instruments, across actually the way perhaps we elaborate even the draft laws. Because after that first green bond issuance 4 years ago, we had secondary insurance. I think to these days the outstanding amount is 40 billion euro. But more importantly, as a second step, we moved to the green budget, which first edition was released 2 years ago. So in a way, the green budget was the next logical step, because with the green bond issuance, we had to devise new ways of selecting and assessing public expenditures in terms of environmental impact. Whereas with the green budget, we had to embark on a more systemic and encompassing approach. So the first edition was released with the draft budget bill 2021, and it has been updated again last year with the draft budget bill 2022. But to be fair, it remains to this day an experimental project, work in progress, but it's also a world premiere. And finally, the last step that is also under progress, and on which my colleagues are currently working, it's the mainstreaming of climate across the elaboration of draft laws. So we are currently working on climate ex post evaluation of all the main framework laws and climate assessment of draft laws. This is also at the technological frontier of climate mainstreaming, but we believe it's really crucial because it will improve the alignment of public spending with the Paris Agreement, but also make the dialogue of public authorities with the private sector more productive and more efficient. So all in all, I think there are many things, as I try to point out, that the Ministry of Finance can do. And perhaps if I could venture to provide one piece of advice to my Indian colleagues, it is to join peer groups in which you can exchange best practices and have a dialogue between peers. So Rémi Rioux already mentioned IDFC and Finance in Common network in his keynote speech for private sector institutions or public development banks. For officials, you have the NGFS as a gathering of central banks, but for Ministry of Finance, you also have the Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action, of which India is not a member yet, but I think we would very much welcome you. We already have about 68 members. And well, again, I think I made my point clear. Thank you very much.
Mr. Bosson, if I may quickly come back to you on the same point, and coming back to the question of raising, mobilizing trillions of dollars that's required for the global economy. What kind of monetary policy measures are best suited? What have you been talking about within NGFS? I mean, there's talk about direct lending, quotas, ESG screening. US has been talking about green quantitative easing. So what are the policy measures that are best suited, and are there differences in geographies, country contexts, and all of that?
Yeah, thank you, Koyal. I mean, that's great that you're also covering these parts of central bank's activity, actually the main parts of central bank activities, because we strongly believe that in the NGFS, it's not either or. It's every business line that needs to be reviewed against the climate change imperative. Coming to monetary policy, I think we need to collectively acknowledge that each of our institutions, while they all operate monetary policy and implement monetary policy, they are not exactly in the same situation. So, for example, I mean, to be a bit caricatural, I think a central bank like the ECB, for example, or a central bank like a central bank in an African country will be very much facing different problems, operating in different financial systems, and so on. And the solutions for them to embed or accommodate climate change developments into the monetary policy design and conduct and implementation would very much be different in each cases. That being said, I think there are basically two main discussions to have. The first, something that is common to everybody is make sure that the balance sheet of the central bank basically is climate change proofed. So that's something that I think everyone across the network is looking at. I mean, we're asking the institution we supervise to manage this risk, well, and we need to be, as Stefan said, we need to be as good as the other and even better. So that's the first one. Then the two things we need to collectively discuss is what is the macroeconomics of climate change and the macroeconomics of the net zero transition on one side. And it used to be, I think, a discussion where the macroeconomics of these developments were very much thought as being a second order discussion. I mean, the microeconomics, the microeconomics of the transition was dominating the debate, and it was not that much of a macro discussion. People thought that it's something that would happen over, let's say, 20, 25, 30 years. So macro-wise, doesn't matter much. I think everybody's realizing that what needs to happen is something that will happen much faster and will have a macroeconomic dimension. And in that context, it has implication on the way we think about monetary policy, how we set rates, how we make sure that the system has enough, liquidity and the right financial conditions to go through the transition in a smooth manner. So that's the first one. Looking more at the macroeconomics of the transition, and it is something that is happening right now, I think, in a number of countries. The second question you may ask is, should you go beyond that with regard to the conduct of monetary policy? And I think that in this regard, it's very much jurisdictional dependent, because it depends on the context, it depends on the mandate, and it depends on basically the problems that you're facing. What is clear is that overall, at the global level, we need to collectively keep in mind that the transition involved a huge volume of investment, but it is also involving a huge volume of things that we used to invest in and should not be investing anymore. So it's a redirection of capital, not just an addition of investment on top of the investment. So with regard to the financial the financial needs, we need to think about it in terms of net terms, basically, making sure that we reallocate capital away from projects that should not be undertaken toward projects that should be undertaken. And it's the net part of the investment needs that needs to be accommodated from a macro perspective. My guess is that in some countries, this may be a lot bigger than in others. And the bigger this part and the more fragmented or isolated the financial system, maybe the more there is a need for having some kind of specific schemes to accommodate the transition, being the kind of things that the PBOC is doing with regard to refinancing, green lending, or green QE, or things like that. But I think it's very important to think about that, not in terms of, there is some kind of best practices out there, but what is the best solution to the problem that each economy is facing?
Thank you. And we are almost at the close of the hour, but I wanted to get back to you, Ms. Nandan, on one final question. And that's on carbon pricing. Now, it's largely widely understood that carbon pricing provides very good signals to the corporate sector and the financial sector. It's a widely accepted economic instrument for net zero or low carbon transition. If you can tell us a bit about India's plans. I know we have the PAT scheme for energy efficiency and REC for renewable energy trading, but are there plans to convert those into a carbon pricing scheme?
Yes, in fact, carbon pricing is something that we have taken up, and you already alluded to the PAT scheme. We've also consciously, by imposing taxes on petrol and diesel and by cutting down on subsidies, we have demonstrated that we take carbon pricing very seriously. And we are also part of the UNFCCC, mechanism, which is working towards coming out with some institutional system for carbon pricing. So we are looking forward to many more such solutions, and we think that there's a lot of scope in several industries for the reduction in the net emissions, and how we, through our very concerted efforts to promote afforestation and to bring in clean energy, to have better municipal management of services, all those give us a very good platform. So we are certainly looking at this entire aspect very seriously, and we do think that we would be able to come out with some very specific solutions which would actually translate into actionable points for carbon pricing. So that is extremely relevant to us. Thank you.
Thank you. And well, it's been a fascinating discussion. These are still early days for climate change and financial risk, but I think there's progress that's happening on all fronts, both internationally as well as within India. And of course, we need to work more collaboratively, learn from each other. And finally, on the aspect of building capacities, we need a lot more on that front, both from sort of data modeling, as well as turning that into regulatory measures, so we get the required financial flows that we are talking about. Thank you so much once again. I really appreciate your time. Ms. Nandan, Mr. Bossina, Ms. Chauhan, and Mr. Chinosky. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good day to everyone.
Over to you, Krutika.
Thank you, Koel. Great to hear different perspectives across the table and the various initiatives that are being undertaken in India right now. I apologize for the technical difficulties earlier, an unfortunate reality in the post-COVID world. But keeping the momentum going, our next panel will offer their thoughts on enhancing the resilience of the Indian financial sector. The panel will elaborate on several emerging questions. With rising transition and physical risks, how can we ensure financial stability and resilience? How can financial institutions better integrate climate change within their investment decision-making? And how can we leverage learnings from our European counterparts? Offering their thoughts on this topic, we have among our eminent panelists today, Mr. Saurabh Sinha, Executive Director for Reserve Bank of India, Mr. Sanjeev Chadha, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer for Bank of Baroda, Dr. Rajiv Lal, ex-chairman, IDFC First Bank and Professorial Research Fellow at Singapore Management University, and Mr. Patrick de Cobbo, President for Project Task Force at European Financial Reporting Advisory Group. The session will be moderated by Mr. Adama Mariko, Secretary General, Finance and Common Summit. Mr. Mariko was nominated as the Deputy Director of the Strategy, Partnerships, and Communication Department and General Secretary of the Finance and Common Summit in July 2021, prior to which he was the Director of the Strategic Planning and Financial Control Department at AFD. Over to you, Mr. Mariko.
Hello, thank you very much. I am very happy to moderate today's this conversation and on building a great and green Indian financial system alongside renowned experts, researchers, policymakers, and bankers. This conference is a great platform for enhancing our capacity to make a greater impact. I am, as it's said, Secretary General of Finance in Common movement, with the ambition to gather more than 500 banks around the world and representing more than 10% of annual investments around the world. So our aim is to contribute to a sustainable recovery while supporting long-term transition that will have a positive impact on the people and the planet. Today's discussion is really important because countries around the world are ramping up the efforts and to adapt and mitigate emerging climate risk. Building future-ready financial markets holds immense importance, which requires managing exposures towards climate risk within the financial sector. This can be done via policy instruments, such as establishing national guidelines for climate risk integration, stressing and stress testing the approaches within the financial sector, along with building awareness and capacity to address climate and SDGs aspects. In face of increasing climate risk, both physical and transition risk, what can financial sector regulators and policymakers do to ensure financial system stability? That is a huge question we will discuss today. And also, how can banks and financial institutions can anticipate and integrate better climate risk in their processes? We will do 2 rounds of questions with the experts and the renowned people I have the pleasure to discuss today. If you make your answers short, we will have the time to do those 2 round questions. So let's start with the first part, where I want us to discuss the inclusion of climate-related risk in the financial system in India. And I will start first with Mr. Sourav Shina. So my first question to you is, could you kindly explain to participants which will be your first priorities and next step regarding the integration of climate-related risk in the financial system? Please.
A very good afternoon to all, and thanks for the opportunity to interact with the participants of this conference. Given the unique and distinctive characteristics of climate change, it is evident that there is a need to look at these risks differently from other conventional financial risks. The exact timing, outcome, and future pathways of climate risk remains uncertain, and the impacts are unevenly distributed amongst and within countries. Hence, historical data and traditional backward-looking risk assessment methods are unlikely to adequately capture future impact. Given the fact that climate risk has an impact on financial stability, and this is where the central bank comes in, the Reserve Bank has envisaged the following measures. As had been mentioned in the earlier panel, the Reserve Bank has set up a sustainable finance group, which is spearheading our efforts. This involves coordinating with other national and international agencies. The Reserve Bank has recently carried out a survey amongst a few banks to get an understanding about awareness of climate risk. The questions ranged from whether banks consider climate risk as a material risk, sources of climate risk, steps to identify, measure, and manage climate risk, have they integrated climate risk into risk management framework, challenges being faced on account of climate risks, governance structure in place, steps being taken at board level to create awareness, initiatives taken for increasing lending or investing towards sustainable finance, disclosures being done, and HR initiatives being taken by the banks for capacity building. The feedback received from the banks from this survey will help Reserve Bank going forward in framing regulatory policies in this regard. To assess the progress of the regulated entities in managing climate risk, we are also preparing a consultative discussion paper covering aspects like governance, strategy, risk management, and disclosure. The DP will also touch upon certain regulatory measures or initiatives that could be taken by the Reserve Bank in this area. The endeavor of the discussion paper will be to sensitize regulated entities to incorporate climate-related and environmental risks in their business strategies, as also in their governance and risk management frameworks. Based on the feedback received from the stakeholders, there's also the work being done by the various international standard-setting bodies like BCBS, Financial Stability Board, NGFS. The Reserve Bank will come out with appropriate guidelines in this regard. Given the fact that there is a lack of clarity on definition of what is green, and to avoid greenwashing, there is a need to come out with a taxonomy. A task force has been set up by the Ministry of Finance, Government of India, which task is well underway. And once the taxonomy is in place, there would be much needed clarity for all stakeholders. Data collected from the regulated entities would be used for carrying out stress testing and scenario analysis based on the guidance and various scenarios developed by NGFS. Reserve Bank would, going forward, consider advising its regulated entities to come out with disclosures based on the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures framework. Incidentally, I'm glad to share that some banks have already voluntarily started making TCFD disclosures. This would help improve the consistency and comparability of the climate-related financial disclosures of our banks with their counterparts globally. Capacity building for ourselves and for the regulated entities, as had been mentioned earlier, is an important priority. So overall, to sum up, Reserve Bank would be looking at building its in-house capacity on climate risk, generating awareness of climate-related risks among regulated entities, integrating the climate-related risks into financial stability monitoring, and exploring forward-looking tools like climate scenario analysis and stress testing for assessing climate-related risks. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this inspiring word. I now turn to Mr. Sanjeev Chadha, and as one of the main actors of the Indian financial system, how do you perceive this new dynamic on greening the financial system and set by the RBI and the Indian government? What is your perception?
For us, as players in the financial system, first of all, I think the imperatives that have been laid down by Mr. Sinha, I think it's very important for us to be aware of them and proactively again work towards that. But in terms of where we stand, I think there are 3 or 4 or 5 ways in which the agenda impacts us directly. Number one, I think it is in terms of mitigating the impact of climate change, because there is the impact of climate change, we can mitigate it, but the impact is going to be there on our clients, on our customers, and particularly, again, the ones who are the poorer sections who tend to be impacted disproportionately by climate change. So for us, the financial inclusion agenda is one powerful tool in terms of mitigating that impact. And that's where I think India has seen very large successes, and Bank of Baroda again has played its due part. So for us, for instance, in terms of financial inclusion, our market share in the banking system is 6%, but in terms of financial inclusion accounts, it is 17%. So we have a disproportionately large base of customers who actually are the poorer sections and who would be impacted seriously by climate change. So deepening our interaction with those customers, making sure that they are resilient, that they have the financial reserves to again withstand climate change is, I think, one important part that we will be working on as we go forward. The second part is as portfolio managers. Now, as asset managers, it's very important that we plan our portfolio to mitigate the impact of climate change, both on our customers directly as well as on our portfolios indirectly. So for that, even as we speak in terms of ratings, we have climate risk factored in terms of how it impacts our customers. We have got caps on our portfolio, for instance, in terms of what exposure we can take on non-renewable energy to make sure that we can mitigate the possible deleterious impact on our portfolio. And similarly, again, we are looking at to see how we can steer our portfolio over a period of time in the direction where it becomes more resilient in the face of climate change. The third part, which is important for us again, is as an advisor to our clients, particularly MSMEs. I think in terms of consciousness and in terms of proactive action, there's a lot of action which is being taken by our larger corporate customers. But I think it is the vulnerable middle which requires a lot of attention. And there we need to make sure that the commitment towards mitigating the impact of climate change, it goes down from boardrooms and from senior management to our relationship managers, who need to be fully conscious of the impact, and they also need to make sure that they are trusted advisors to our clients in terms of what action they need to take for climate change. Also, as a regulated entity, we have our responsibilities. I think in terms of direction of travel, things are very clear. In terms of what the regulator would want to see also over a period of time, I think it's very clear. So it is for us to make sure that we are proactive in preparing ourselves to what is inevitable change. Also, again, lastly, and I think equally importantly, we believe that climate finance is a huge opportunity to us as a commercial entity. There are some estimates which suggest that the climate finance opportunity in India over the next 3 or 4 years is as large as about $200 billion. Here, particularly construction, building is one important part. Waste management, drinking water are equally important components. And for the bank to create capacities there to make sure that it can actually be an active player in what is very important, commercially viable emerging areas, equally important. So for us, there are multiple aspects which we are engaging to make sure that our financial sector can be resilient, and the bank also is proactive in terms of managing the risk.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sanjeev Sharma. And I get your word on being prepared to what is inevitable. So I'll move to Dr. Rajiv Lal. How could we advocate better for the specific topic that is greening the financial system? According to you.
Thank you, and thank you for having me this afternoon. To this question of how to advocate for greening the system, I think that there are two powerful potential advocates, both of whom are already in operation, so to speak. The obvious advocate for change is the regulator. So the role for the regulator on changing behavior, changing direction, setting direction of travel for the financial system is absolutely crucial. We've already heard from the Reserve Bank of India. We've heard from Bank of Baroda. So that seems to be well in progress. I'll come back to that. The second one is the market itself. And there again, I think India will be no exception. Globally, investors in particular, but also consumers, are shaping the direction that companies will need to follow. Companies that are laggards on the climate agenda will find themselves sooner rather than later having difficulty accessing capital. And again, corporates that are not up to speed with the climate alignment will find a growing generation of consumers that will also begin to abandon them. So these two advocates are gaining momentum, I think at a steady pace in India. I just have two observations, one on each of these advocates. So for the regulator as advocate for change, we heard in a previous session that one of the instruments that is being contemplated or already being used to try and steer more capital into green opportunities is the use of priority sector lending tools. So these are sort of regulatory requirements for how much of a bank's portfolio ought to go into a particular subcategory. My suggestion would be, from the past experience with PSL, is to try and find more market-friendly signaling. So the use of pricing, the use of capital requirements, a more indirect form of signaling to channel capital into new opportunities, I think long-term would be more powerful and more sustainable. So that's one suggestion on the role of the regulator. The second point with respect to also the regulator is that there is a risk, or there is a tendency, not a risk, there's a tendency for regulators globally, and rightly so, to be focused first and foremost on financial stability. After all, that is critical. And so getting to grips with and making sure that we do everything possible to ensure the stability of the financial system in the face of rising risk from climate change is admittedly of paramount importance. But I would argue that the risk that the financial system faces from climate change is itself endogenous. And it is endogenous in the sense that it is itself dependent on how much we invest in mitigation, transition, and adaptation. So it is not just a reactive thing. Let us understand the embedded risk and allocate capital to protect ourselves against that risk. To actually mitigate that risk over the long term, we have to actively channel more capital into green sectors, into innovation, and into adaptation, so that we are better equipped, the real sector is better equipped to navigate the challenges of climate. Last point, and that's with respect to the second advocate, which is the consumer and the investor. What I would like to suggest is that today's conversation has been very much focused on the role of the banking system and of debt financing. A critical element in all of this is the flow of equity financing. So I think it will be very useful if in gatherings like this, we take a more integrated approach to the financial system. So it would be useful to have the capital markets regulator here as well, because they must proceed or make progress in tandem with the Reserve Bank of India. If the Reserve Bank of India is introducing regulations for disclosure of regulated financial institutions, SEBI, which is our financial markets regulator, the capital markets regulator, cannot be left behind. They must also make progress on forcing disclosure on the universe of listed entities, so that investors can increasingly make more informed decisions about how to allocate capital and facilitate the process of the green transition. I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rajiv Lal. And of course, the role of the capital market is really important. Somehow, the discussion, even in the early process, about how we leverage private finance also. And I mean, the first step while we're speaking about using private money is that we issue bonds, even we call them green bonds, social bonds. Actually, it's private money. So capital market is really important in the process you're at. So I now turn to Mr. Patrick de Cambourg. And to Patrick, so what role plays the European Financial Reporting Advisory Group in greening of the European financial system and in anticipation of the climate-related risk? Over to you.
Thank you very much. And I'm extremely honored to be in this distinguished panel and an excellent event. So I would like to mention the fact that in the European Union, a key step has been taken to put sustainable finance in the context of a broadly speaking, relevant sustainability reporting system. So, there are a number of initiatives ongoing in the EU in terms of sustainable finance that you probably know very well, like taxonomy, SFDR, sustainability financial disclosure regulation. But the Commission realized that in order to fully succeed, there was a need to create a sustainability reporting environment that would be able to create the flows of information to the financial system, to the financial institutions. So somehow there was a risk to put, so to speak, the cart in front of the horses. So the CSRD, which is the acronym for Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, has been tabled in April, following an effort to conduct preparatory work on this at Commission level and also at EFRAG level, so the European Financial Reporting Advisory Group. And so where do we stand today? The CSRD, which is being discussed by the co-legislators and which is expected to be approved by the end of the first semester of 2022 under French presidency, is establishing an extremely robust system of reporting on sustainability matters. It will apply to all large undertakings, and large undertakings under the EU definition are undertakings that are meeting a number of criteria, but I will mention one, which is the number of employees. So it is any undertaking over and above 250 employees. So it's a rather low threshold. So that includes 50,000 reporting entities in the EU, which would be required to report on sustainability matters, of course, including climate, and under a standardized system. And EFRAG is currently elaborating the standards. I will say a word about that in a minute. This reporting will be included in the management report, probably in a specific section of the management report, in order to have a clear distinction between the standardized information and the rest of the information which is communicated by companies. It will be also submitted to an audit, limited assurance to start with, but moving to reasonable assurance quickly, and covering a broad spectrum of environmental, social, and governance sustainability topics, with, if I may say so, also an encouragement for SMEs below the threshold to adopt a voluntary system. So as we speak, the discussions are progressing at co-legislators level, i.e. the Parliament and the Council. And as I said, the expectation is that this will be adopted by the end of this semester. And at EFRAG, we are extremely busy preparing, the first set of standards that would be applied as soon as the required date will be established, probably in 2025. So standards, we have already produced a preparatory work report back in February 2021, which is available on the EFRAG website. And now we are producing what we call working papers. A first batch has been published last week, covering what we call the cross-cutting standards on strategy, governance, and risk management, which is very much aligned with the international approach to, like the one followed by the TCFD. We have published also our first draft standard on climate, together with basis for conclusions. This batch will be followed by other batches covering the other environmental topics, the social topics, the governance topics, and also propose a presentation standard for populating the specific section of the management report. So that's moving forward quite quickly. The papers that are on the website and will be on the website in the coming 4 to 6 weeks, covering all the topics at EFRAG level, are working papers. They are not now submitted to what we call the consensus building, and also to expert working groups. And then they will be transformed into exposure drafts that will be submitted to public consultation for all stakeholders to offer their suggestions. So, as you may understand, we are trying to create in the EU an environment of relevant, faithful, comparable information, which, by the way, I forgot to mention, should be digitized from day one. That would enable financial institutions to meet their own obligations. Incidentally, I share the climate committee of the ACPR, which is the Financial Institutions Regulatory Authority in France. I'm a member of the board as well. So I know how difficult it can be for financial institutions to fulfill their obligations when they do not have the basic data coming from, the economy in general. So that's this gap that we are trying to fill at the moment, and I'm hopeful that, of course, with time, but the starting point is ambitious. We will be able to avoid, the very difficult risk of greenwashing.
Thank you, Mr. De Cambourg. Now let's move forward. We have a first round of questions, and I will maybe ask, as we are a bit late on time, we move quicker. To finish this round, Mr. Sanjeev Chadha, I will turn back to you again. As a bank, how do you assess the risk of transition regarding climate finance in portfolio and in order to strengthen its sustainability in your bank?
Thank you, Adama, once again. So I think the biggest risk, of course, is that we start too late. As we discussed in the first instance, the transition is inevitable. And now if we wait to be pushed in a certain direction, then the time available for transition will be relatively shorter. So I think what is of fundamental importance is that we look at the straws in the wind, we look at global developments, and we try to make sure that the time window which is available to us as institutions and also to our clients is as long as possible. I think that's fundamental to making sure that the risk is managed well. The second part is we need to look at our own portfolios and see which part of the portfolio possibly is at greatest risk. So when we look at our portfolio, we find that, say, the non-renewable energy piece is about 5% of our portfolio. So to make sure that we put caps there, that we track this portfolio and make sure that there is an orderly plan for transition is equally important. The third thing is that I think the past few years have demonstrated that there is no necessary conflict between sustainability and commercial viability. I think what we have seen in India, particularly in the energy sector, is very important, where when we started the transition to solar energy, there was a huge gap in terms of the relative viability of non-renewable as compared to renewable energy. Now what we find is that there's been a very fast transition, and today, in fact, it is the viability of the non-renewable sector which is more in question as compared to, say, solar energy. I think the same again applies in large measure to when we look at the motor vehicle sector, where electric is becoming very fast, both viable as well as responsible. So I think it's very important to identify trends, to support those trends, and I think also to prepare for the future in a proactive manner. I think those are the ways we can manage the transition risks, which are actually very real if you get left behind. Thanks, Adam.
Thank you very much, Sanjeev. And now let's move on the second part of our discussion, where we will take more, time on the perspective level on norms and cooperation. And I will start there with Mr. Sourav Sinha, where we have heard a lot the role and the importance of the regulation and the regulator. So at the international level, so what do you expect from international cooperation, especially with the NJFS, please?
Thank you. The Reserve Bank is a member of various international fora like the G20 Sustainable Finance Working Group, the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Risk of Basel Committee on Banking Supervision, the Financial Stability Board, NGFS, of course, and the International Platform on Sustainable Finance. Climate risk and sustainable finance being an evolving area, there is a need for a lot of international cooperation to share our experiences and to learn from others' experiences as well. Coming to NGFS, Reserve Bank had joined as a member in April 21 and is now a part of 5 work streams. That is bridging data gaps, scaling up green finance, macroprudential, microprudential, and research. Learnings from the groups and subgroups would have a bearing on a regulatory framework on climate risk. The work stream on bridging the data gaps is structured around 3 main topics: identifying a list of data items needed for the purpose of other NGFS work streams, determining the availability, sources, and limitations for accessing relevant data, and producing a public list of missing data items and calling for external stakeholders to bridge it. Work stream on scaling up green finance is structured around 4 main topics: promoting the adoption of sustainable and responsible principles in central banks' investment approaches, understanding and fostering the market transparency of green finance, providing a joint central bank's view on the various challenges climate change raises for the conduct of monetary policy, and encouraging the adoption of climate-related financial disclosure by central banks. Our main takeaway from this work stream would be to understand how and at what stage other central banks are in terms of their own operations. Macroprudential work stream is currently developing the scenarios based on the theoretical models to generate effects of climate change on the real sector and their subsequent effects on the financial sector. The pathways through which these efforts would manifest would also be charted based on these scenarios. Since the scenario database of NGFS contains the scenario data for India as well, Reserve Bank would benefit by utilizing the database to generate the scenario effects. Microprudential workstream is structured to better assist supervisors in integrating climate-related and environmental risks into the supervisory frameworks. These recommendations include developing a clear strategy, carrying out climate-related risk assessments, engagement with financial institutions to better understand their climate-related risk exposures, set out the supervisory expectations, most importantly, and effectively integrating these risks into a set of formal and binding supervisory tools. We are also actively looking towards BCBS to come out with guidelines on how to capture risk arising from climate risk. Would it be a part of credit risk or a market risk or operational risk? Are the risk weights going to increase? Or is it going to be a separate risk in itself? The FSP is also carrying out a survey on the practices of various jurisdictions, and these would also help the Reserve Bank to get an insight. Thus, overall, the NGFS platform would be of immense help to the Reserve Bank to equip itself with the necessary skills and knowledge. Additionally, the initiatives of other international bodies apart from NGFS will further guide us in developing our approach towards climate risk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Saurabh, and really sensitive on the what you have said about sharing the knowledge and data, leveraging those capacity and cross discussion with other regulators for adopting norms and methods for more resilience for the financial system. And speaking about resilience, I want to ask Dr. Rajiv Lal, how can international cooperation help make the Indian financial system more resilient?
So I think there is a lot of scope for learning. I mean, I think everybody is learning as we speak. Some people are learning faster than others, but the absorption of knowledge and transfer of knowledge is vital. I have two specific examples. So when it comes to climate risk scenario building, for example, a lot of the models that are currently available are have a global framework, and they tend to be quite generic. Whereas we know that the physical risks associated with climate can be very different depending upon the geography. So there's a lot more work that needs to be done for each country to develop country-specific climate scenarios and modeling. India fortunately has a large community of talented researchers that are working on it, but coordination and collaboration between that research community and the international climate modelers is of vital importance. And even more important is for that research community's work to be embedded in the frameworks that are used by our regulators to anchor their climate risk scenario planning work. So that's one observation I had. The second one has to do with capacity building. There is just the challenge is so enormous that we need to invest very heavily and very quickly in hand-holding and building capacity at all levels. Whether it is at the board level of the banking community, whether it is at the managerial level of the banking community or the financial system, but even at the working level. A lot of training and a lot of capacity building is needed there. The third is making more data available in a transparent manner. One thing that I think we tend to underappreciate is that because of the nature of the problem and the challenge at hand, no one party can make progress independently. So it's unrealistic to expect banks to develop their risk scenarios and understand the true risk embedded in their balance sheets unless there is data available on their borrowers, right? And it's unrealistic to expect banks to uncover that data. We have to work very hard to get the borrowers to disclose that data. Making progress on that data means, going back to a point I made in my first set of observations, is the coordination across the financial sector, but also the real economy in terms of disclosure requirements and data gathering exercises, without which we would just not be able to get our heads around the true nature of the risk embedded, and we need that to make our system more resilient. So those are learnings on all these aspects from the international community, and helping us in India build capacity would be hugely welcome.
Thank you very much, Rajiv. Patrick Dechambour, how could EFRAG's work and more generally international norms help to build pathway for a green financial system for India?
I think what is crucial, I would like to put the emphasis on climate disclosures. I think that one of the keys is to have comparable and quality climate disclosures. So I encourage attendees to have a look at the working paper that has been released last week, which was, by the way, following a previous paper released in September, because I think it's trying to consolidate the best practices, the best frameworks into something that can create a level playing field in terms of information. And we believe that following the CSRD, it's absolutely key. You will see that this approach is based on what we call double materiality. So we are focusing on the impacts of undertakings of companies, and also on the financial consequences of those, what we call financial materiality of those impacts, be they created by the company itself or being, created by other economic activities, and therefore, having a trickle-down effect on the undertaking, because it's twofold. So in this respect, we believe that we need to disclose what's the so-called Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3. We also think it is absolutely important to give good idea about transition plans. So we request entities to disclose their transition plans with milestones towards, Paris, the Paris Agreement goals, and also the net zero, etc., the various approaches. In doing so, I think we are aligned with TCFD, maybe going a little further. And we also checked the compatibility of what we propose with what the ISSB, which has now an appointed chair, has released recently into the prototype that was released in the context of the COP26, in the context of COP26. So, if that goes forward, and I think it will, in the EU, you would have a real basis in terms of available information. It can be improved over time on certain aspects. I would say, for instance, that physical risks and transition risks are sometimes difficult to approach in a comparable manner. So a lot is still left to the approach by reporting entities. However, we make an effort to try to give guidance on that in order to get to comparable information. I think that financial institutions on that basis would be able to meet their obligations, and certainly to establish, it's paving the way to a certainly more aligned reporting system within financial institutions and from financial institutions.
Thank you very much, Patrick. And I turn again to our dear regulator. The COP26 drawn ambitious lines for India. And the G20 presidency is ahead. How do you see the role of the financial system regarding these goals, Mr. Shurav Shina?
Yes, thank you. The dear regulator acknowledges that the COP26 has seen ambitious commitments by India. and that India will assume the G20 presidency on December 1st, 2022 from Indonesia. There is no doubt that the financial system would have to play a key role with respect to these goals. And our role as the central bank has to be to frame policies and create an enabling environment based on the aforesaid goals. Obviously, obtaining adequate financing would be key to fulfilling the national commitments at the COP26 summit. Bloomberg NEF has estimated a $649 billion financing gap across the power sector alone for India to reach its target of renewable energy by 2030. And it is therefore important to mobilize significant amounts of non-resident investment into India. As regards India taking over G20 presidency in another 11 months' time, we have set an internal target of June to brainstorm and identify issues that could be taken up during our presidentship of G20 as far as the finance track is concerned. As the country pivots to a green future and sustainable growth, banks and FIs will have to accelerate their focus on greening the Indian financial system. Therefore, integrating climate risk considerations into their risk management framework and stepping up lending to green businesses would need to become a key aspect of their business strategy. Greening the Indian financial system would necessitate a suite of products such as green savings accounts, deposits, green loans, sustainability-linked loans, etc., and tapping the opportunities for scaling up of lending for renewable energy projects, electric vehicles and charging infrastructure, rooftop solar, solar pumps, storage of electricity from renewable sources, etc. Industry has already commenced taking major steps. Every other day, there are newspaper headlines in this regard. For instance, just yesterday, a large corporate signed an MOU with a Norwegian company for manufacturing hydrogen electrolyzers in India. This could, as a first step, gradually replace the steam methane reforming process with green hydrogen in refineries, and going ahead could find use in the mobility sector as well. Banks are already taking very proactive steps as far as green finance is concerned. And they would have to actively engage with their clients even more to develop a better understanding of their roadmap to achieve net zero emissions and to help them transition to a low carbon economy by providing sustainability focused financing and other solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and I want to congratulate you all because even though the whole process we are a bit late on the time, but in this session you are shorter than what I expected. But for the sake of the whole process, I will leave the ground, if you may, with no regrets from you, if you allow me to leave the ground altogether, and to leave the floor to our moderator. Thank you very much for your presentations, and there will be a complete wrap up of this discussion for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for a very interesting discussion. The discussion especially marked the importance of capital markets in stimulating capital flows towards green projects. Speaking of which, our next panel will delve deeper into climate finance reporting and disclosure infrastructure in India. Investors around the world are increasingly seeing ESG metrics and transparency in climate reporting as a safeguard against risk to investment. This shift in global demand in itself signals the need for an evolving regulatory and disclosure infrastructure in line with international norms and guidelines. Our expert panelists will continue the discussion, touching upon reporting frameworks and green taxonomy and its role in facilitating climate markets. Please welcome Shri Santosh Kumar Mohanty, whole-time member, Security and Exchange Board of India, Shri Natarajan Sundar, Deputy Managing Director, State Bank of India, Mrs. Caroline Bellemans, Head of Unit for Sustainable Finance Policy, DG INTPA, European Commission, Ms. Neha Kumar, India Program Manager for Climate Bonds Initiative, and Mr. Chaitanya Kalia, Partner and National Leader for Climate Change and Sustainability Services at Ernst & Young. The session will be moderated by Dr. Dhruba Purkayastha, India Director for Climate Policy Initiative. He leads and guides the Delhi team in developing innovative finance and policy solutions in support of the renewable energy and green growth plans of the Government of India. Dr. Purkayastha is also the director of US-India Clean Energy Finance, for which CPI serves as the program manager. Over to you, Dr. Purkayastha.
Thank you, Kritika. Good evening, good afternoon to all. Welcome all participants in this session. In the interest of time, I would dive straight into the thematic of the session, which is primarily around disclosure, reporting related to taxonomy and defining green finance. To start the session, I would call on Mr. Mohanty from SEBI, full-time member of SEBI, with a first question. Sir, we have all seen the initiatives that SEBI has taken over the years in terms of being a pioneer in defining and outlining green bonds, setting the standards for issuance of green bonds. And of late, we have seen the comprehensive framework for responsible business reporting, BRSR. My starting question to you is, given this session is about greening the financial system, how far do you think the BRSR framework serves the purpose of greening Indian finance or intermediating more finance to green sectors through capital markets or overall the financial system? Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Yeah. Good afternoon and good evening to everyone. Thank you, Dhruv, for asking this question. At the outset, I would like to thank SIDBI, Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation, and French Development Agency for organizing this program and giving me, on behalf of SEBI, an opportunity to place before you all the regulatory perspective that we have on this subject. As far as green financing is concerned, vis-a-vis the BRSR that SEBI has prescribed for the listed companies, top 1,000 listed companies, which will be mandatory from 2022-23 FY, and it was optional for 21-22. Before that, to set the context, I would just like to highlight the role of securities market regulators all over the world, including SEBI as a securities regulator in India. The first 2-3 things that we are always confronted with, our main challenges are basically to ensure that as much as disclosure, especially on a concept of ESG, as much as disclosure possible is there before the public. And there should not be any scope for any misrepresentation or misleading or mis-selling of any ESG product to the investors. And third is investor protection. So in this context, definitely for any green product or any green instrument, there can be specific disclosure regimen, and as well as there can be also generic disclosure framework at entity level. As you know, as the regulator, SEBI currently is now dealing with the following areas. One is sustainability disclosure by corporate, which you talked about earlier through the BRSR format that we have prescribed, which is very exhaustive and touches about more than 400 to 500 data points. It is primarily based on the 9 national guidelines for responsible business conduct, which again has each of these 9 principles has been subdivided into 2 parts. One is essential and one is leadership. So mandatory and voluntary, both combined together, and both environmental climate disclosure, social disclosure, and governance disclosure make it a very comprehensive disclosure framework. That is a very notable departure that we had earlier BRR format. Definitely is going to serve in a long way in this ESG segment, where I think every investor will have before them to see the ESG performance, the ESG resilience, ESG risks, and perception, as well as the adaptability, and also the how the business houses, they have aligned their business goals with the sustainability development goals. So this format is definitely going to serve that purpose. However, I agree that as far as green instruments are concerned, there has to be also some kind of a framework for specific disclosure. For example, you know that from 2017 onwards, SEBI has this framework for green bond regulation, not exactly regulation, through a circular. We have mandated that if some issuer company is going to issue green bonds, they have to really use it for specified purposes such as renewable and sustainable energy, clean transportation, sustainable water management, energy efficiency, sustainable waste management, sustainable land use, etc. And the objective of the green bond issuance should be very clearly disseminated to the public. Details of the projects or assets or areas where the issuer proposes to utilize these proceeds have to be disclosed. Continuous disclosure thereafter also has to be there to assess the utilization of the proceeds that they have raised through issuances of green bonds. So this is a specific instrument level disclosure that we have already put in place. Similarly, in the last October, we have also put a consultation paper on it is already in their public domain. You must have seen that the ESG themed schemes floated by the mutual funds as a product. We have also come out with proposals for having very, very well elaborate and comprehensive disclosure format that the mutual funds have to bring before the public, before the investors, before they invest in any of the ESG themes schemes that they are going to float. So instrument level disclosures are already there, and entity level disclosure through the format of PRSR is there. And of course, you must have seen recent consultation paper that SEBI has brought out about ESG rating for securities market, how you would like to have a standardized format, the methodology, the product that the ESG rating providers are going to do. So some kind of a, you can say, a well-linked ecosystem, regulatory ecosystem is going to be built upon. So that is definitely going to help the investors. As far as green financing is concerned, I must say that they are dependent on multiple regulators and their regulatory architecture. There are multiple elements required for greening the financial system, such as encouraging green lending. For example, central bank may nudge the banks to increase the content of green content into their private sector lending, or have basic minimum quantum of green lending into their loan portfolio, development of taxonomies of sustainable activities, integration of climate risk into the lending decisions by the banks and financial institutions, stress testing and scenario analysis for climate risk by banks, financial institutions, developing appropriate products, etc., which are again the domain of various regulators. For example, insurance regulator or the regulator, competition pension fund regulator, they may nudge their regulated entities to also invest more into green funds, and the modus operandi and methodology, they can always bring it about. But at the end of the day, when the investor is ready to invest in financial institutions, there has to be a investee company or issuer company whose details, whose risk, ESG parameters must be properly assessed by a ESG rating provider. At the same time, their ESG compliance on all parameters of ESG should be there before all of us to see, so that the investor can definitely go and invest in that particular company. So therefore, all that I would like to say is that the BRSR, no matter how may it sound, to very comprehensive, where climate or environment be one of the components apart from social and governance part, the climate component is definitely there with a lot of mandatory disclosures, which are going to definitely help the company not only project itself as a environmental ESG friendly company, at the same time help the investors to find out the company where they can find ESG value before taking investment decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mohanty. Thank you. As time and if time permits, I'll come back with a follow-on question for you. Let me now turn to Mr. Sundar from India's largest public sector bank, the State Bank of India. And my question to you, Mr. Sundar, is on the theme of disclosure, which is the session and the reporting by banks and financial institutions, if I may include non-banking financial companies. what would you think in terms of TCFD framework, which is more commonly understood to be amenable to the financial sector or financial sector entities versus overarching BRSR as for listed corporate entities, which does also include banks? So your views, please.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, good afternoon to everybody. Thank you for having me on this panel discussion. Have the privilege of representing State Bank of India on this panel discussion in place of our chairman, Mr. Dinesh Kara, I think, who is preoccupied with a couple of other pressing engagements. And thank you very much, Mr. Mohanty, for giving us a detailed eye view of the BRSR reporting standard, which have been brought out by SEBI. See, the TCFD, the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, I think they have more relevance to the banks and the financial institutions. One, in the sense that the TCFD focuses more specifically on climate risk and climate-related financial disclosures, and the 4 pillars on which the TCFD works: the governance, the strategy, the risk management, and the metrics and targets, which has been very clearly defined in the TCFD policy. Each form a subset of each other. And there is more focus and more interest in the banks and the financial institutions to adopt to the TCFD model of disclosures. The TCFD is also more committed towards making more informed investment and credit, as well as the insurance underwriting decisions, and which in turn will enable the stakeholders to understand better the nuances of climate risk. Having said this, we will also have to bear in mind that the entire climate risk is a very evolving subject, and organizations, banks, financial institutions all over the world are grappling with the nuances of this, and with each passing day, there are so many changes and developments which are happening in this sector. In fact, if you look back at it, the regulator of the banks, the Reserve Bank of India, has also not yet come out with any clear guidelines or any instructions on what the banks and the financial institutions have to do to manage the climate risk. If I may add, the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision has brought out a consultative paper in November on detailing the principles on which these climate risk aspects have to be handled. And these are open for consultations till February, I think, middle of February next month. I think probably the Reserve Bank of India and the other central banks must be studying these aspects in detail, and probably must be giving their feedback to BCBS based on which I think we will get an overall evolving structure, which would help more closely in regulating the banks and the financial institutions on the aspects of climate risk, and what are the aspects to be looked into while evaluating the climate risk aspect. In fact, the BCBS consultative paper, I find it to be very, very elaborate. They have looked at various scenarios there, the risk management techniques which need to be employed, how will the liquidity, the market, the operational, and the other risks be managed, what are the risk management processes which the banks and the financial institutions will have to employ, and also how do we overall comprehensively manage the credit risk and other risks which are arising out of these the climate risk developments. And there is about 5 or 6 principles which have been devoted for the supervision of the climate related financial risk, which would be, I think, of more interest from the regulatory point of view. And I think the regulators all over the world must be closely working on this on their feedback on their approach towards this aspect. But having said this, I am very sure that once the consultative paper gets closed out, the consultations, the feedback is being given by the banks to the Basel Committee, there would be an overall structure which would be emerging, which would be by and large be adopted by all the regulators across the globe. But having said this, I would be glad to say that SBI on its own has very, very recently adopted a policy on climate risk management. In fact, this past month we have got it approved from our board, so that this could be at least we could make a beginning and start understanding what this aspect is and how do we go forward on this. And to say that we have in fact structured it basically on the TCFD report which has come out on this, and we have very meticulously especially the disclosure requirements which we have detailed out in our policy. I think it has been based on the TCFD disclosure norms and the TCFD report which has been brought out by the Financial Stability Board. Having said this, I think to answer to your question, yes, there is a greater need for the banks and the financial institutions to adapt themselves more on the TCFD framework. And once the Basel consultations are out, the regulators come out with their detailed guidelines, and I'm sure the RBI would also be working in this. I think we would get a much better view on how this entire climate risk aspect is to be handled. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sundar. Thank you. Thank you for clearly answering the question and laying down the rationale for that, for financial sector disclosures. Let me now turn to international experience. Welcome, Caroline, from the EU International Cooperation Unit. And could I just request you to share with us the EU experience with taxonomy and sustainable finance framework to start with? Yeah, I'll try and come back to another question when we have time to all panelists, but this is just to kick off the discussion with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much also for the question, and I'm glad also to share our EU experience. So in the EU, we have indeed taken major steps to build a sustainable finance ecosystem, and our EU taxonomy is clearly a central piece of this EU sustainable finance ecosystem. We believe that sustainable finance is one of our strongest assets to help us to meet the objective of the Paris Agreement and the Sustainable Development Goals. But market needs guidance from public authorities to steer capital flow into environmentally sustainable activities. Regulators need to set targets and provide clarity on the direction of travel. It is essential to provide credible tools and frameworks to investors, businesses, financial market participants. And this is, we believe, key to build strong, sustainable financial system. In fact, what we are seeing is that investors are increasingly asking for enhanced clarity on what investment they can unambiguously consider sustainable. So this is the reason why in the EU, we have been developing an EU taxonomy and have also worked to enhance our sustainable related disclosure. It's really to provide clarity to investor, businesses, investees of what can be considered truly green. So as I said, so our EU sustainable finance ecosystem encompasses the EU taxonomy. It aims to provide a robust science-based tool for companies, investors, and public authorities to identify what it is sustainable. It is at the heart also of the development of our other sustainable finance tools, such as EU Green Bond Standard, but also EU Eco Label for retail financial products. And we believe that taxonomies are central to any sustainable finance framework because it brings many benefits for both investors and investees. It is beneficial for investors. Why? Because by providing a transparent and credible list of green activities, it helps them to identify truly green finance opportunities, and it protects them against greenwashing. It is beneficial to investee and issuer because by providing clear principles and requirements, investee and issuer it will allow them to claim with certainty that their activity is sustainable without fearing reputational risks in case it would not be. So it provides a lot of benefits for both investee and issuers, but also for investors. And in the EU, what it is, or EU taxonomy, it's really, it has been built having in mind our EU objective of becoming climate neutral by 2050. So it reflects really this ambition, and an activity can be considered sustainable according to our EU taxonomy if it contributes substantially to one of the 6 environmental objectives, being climate change mitigation, climate change adaptation, sustainable use and protection of water and marine resources, transition to a circular economy, pollution prevention and control, protection and restoration of biodiversity and ecosystem. But the activity should also not significantly harm any other environmental objective and should be carried out in compliance with minimum social safeguards. So let me also clarify that our EU taxonomy is not a list of good or bad companies, not a mandatory list in which investors have to invest in. It is just a guiding tool to help investors and provide clarity. The only constraining element we have is the fact that it's a disclosure requirement. So I will come to that in a minute, but large financial and non-financial companies in the EU will have to disclose again this taxonomy. But I'll come to that in a minute. I just would like to explain where we are in this process of building a taxonomy, because this is a long process. Building a taxonomy takes time. So in the EU, it is still in progress. What we have for the moment is that we have adopted technical criteria for climate change mitigation and climate change adaptation. And we are now developing the criteria for the 4 other environmental objectives, so water, circular economy, pollution prevention, and biodiversity. I would like also to tell you that we are also now looking at the social aspect we would like to include in our taxonomy. So very much work in progress, as I said. And also, in any case, the taxonomy will always be considered as a living tool, because it will need to evolve over time with more activity being added in its scope. It needs to reflect the technology development and so on. So it will be living. It will never be a fixed tool. But what I wanted also to tell you is that our taxonomy framework will be extended also in order to recognize transition efforts. And in the context of the transition, the Commission has recently proposed to include in the taxonomy nuclear and natural gas and related technologies. We consider that in the EU, there is a role for natural gas and nuclear to facilitate the transition towards a low carbon energy system. But of course, this inclusion of nuclear and natural gas comes with very tight conditions associated to it. And with, of course, safeguard against significant harm, environmental harm. So this is a proposal now for the Commission to include nuclear and gas, and it's under consultation, so very much still a draft proposal. Alors, to the point of what is the tight condition, the requirement that are linked with our EU taxonomy, I already said that it is related to disclosure requirements. So large financial and non-financial companies will have to disclose what we call a green asset ratio. What is it, a green asset ratio? It's the proportion of their activities that are considered in compliance with the EU taxonomy. So companies will have to disclose that to show their compliance towards the EU taxonomy. And for you to know, I think it is important that it is clear that companies, EU companies, will also have to cover their non-EU exposure activities. So how much of their non-EU exposure activity are taxonomy compliant. What I wanted to also to say is that all this effort on developing taxonomy should not happen, should happen in coordination with others. So it should not take place in a vacuum. We need to tackle the challenges of the SDG financing gap together. It is extremely encouraging to see all the increasing effort by many countries around the world to develop taxonomies. We understand that India has embarked on developing a taxonomy, and we really commend such efforts. But to mobilize international investors and to scale up cross-border green investment, it is essential to coordinate our approach and to have coherent sustainable finance framework across the globe. This will be key to facilitate cross-border financial flow, cross-border capital flow. So the international community shares, of course, this concern, including, for example, the G20 Sustainable Finance Working Group, as well as the International Platform on Sustainable Finance, of which India is a member. I personally believe that we should not aim to have a single global taxonomy across the world, because each country has its own specificities and its own context, but we should aim to develop coherent frameworks as much as possible and provide clarity to investors on the difference to reduce the cost of transaction when it comes to cross-border investment. And for example, the International Platform on Sustainable Finance has started this work. They have published a report on a common ground taxonomy based on a comparison between China and the EU to underline the commonalities and the difference and bring clarity to the investor on the commonalities and the difference. So in this context, we also hope that the EU taxonomy can serve as an inspiration to others. Working towards coherence with the EU taxonomy would be useful for countries benefiting from EU investment, as EU investors will have to report on the alignment of their investment with the EU taxonomy. So let's stop me here and take also this opportunity to flag that we stand ready to support your effort to develop sustainable finance frameworks and tools. We are providing technical assistance to our partner country, for instance, to support them in developing a robust framework, including taxonomy, by sending experts to share our experience with them. So, and just to flag also that in this context, we are also supporting very much the development of green bond markets in a partner country, because we truly believe that green bonds are a key tool to mobilize private capital for green investment.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Caroline, for kind of outlining the entirety of EU taxonomy and framework in terms of its experience and what it means and what it does not mean. With this background, let me now turn to Neha Kumar Climate Bonds Initiative. Neha, we heard that in the previous sessions, and we have all the regulators and policymakers in the session, and also India's largest financial institutions, that we need to shift capital flows towards green. So with this big background of EU taxonomy, and as we understand that India today does not have a definition or even a detailed taxonomy for that matter, how does one shift it? How does one measure it? And how does that then link to disclosure that we are talking about in terms of either TCFD or BSR? We talk of capital markets or banks. We can see these trajectories. Your views on how do you bring all of this together? Thanks.
Thank you, Dhruva, and thank you for this opportunity to be part of this discussion, where actually, as you said, that we have the regulators and the financial institutions and international institutions. So I think it is an opportune time to see where we are at in India. Mr. Saurav Sinha mentioned the imperative that is in front of us in the light of the announcements that we have made at COP26 both in terms of our net zero goal now in 2070 and our 2030 enhanced ambitions. Now, some might argue that 2070 is too long into the future, and how does that matter now? Well, partly their concerns are right, because what we do within this decade will actually set our direction of travel. And this decade is extremely difficult for us, and we know that we can, your organization itself has been doing some data analysis on the kind of flows that actually come into India, which are called green finance flows. And we know that they're paltry in the light of what is required. I mean, an average of 18 billion per annum is absolutely nothing when what you need is in the order of trillions of dollars. And if you go to a particular class of offshore capital that has been flowing into very specifically green activities, and here I would like to say green bonds have been able to make at least the initial foray, but that is also, again, putting in perspective, is extremely small. So in a way, what I want to say is that India is batting much below its potential. There are more number of opportunities, and there is a greater possibility of drawing this capital in. The total issuances, just to throw in a number, is about 20 billion USD since 2015 to now. And almost 40% of it happened in 2021. So it also tells us the larger context that within which we are playing this whole game. The pandemic did bring ESG much to the center, front and center. But again, $20 billion in front of what is possible to be tapped in, there is a $130 trillion bond market, which is outside, and there is a huge part of it now, at least 90 trillion, which is pledged to be invested into green. Now coming back to India, what is happening? First of all, I would like to say that green, absolutely important as it is wider than climate, and rightly so. You mentioned, Dhruba, that there is no definition as of yet, but at the same time, since you, I, and some other people around this table are involved in an initiative that Ministry of Finance is anchoring, we should be able to see now a coordinated, a concerted action. Something that we have been wanting for a long time, that somewhere it should get anchored. So if Ministry of Finance is out there and regulators involved, that anchoring has happened. Now, within that, how do we Indianize what is perceived to be very international, right? EU has done an immense amount of work. So the first thing I think that was the challenge is that, do we have an Indian taxonomy, or do we adopt, or do we adapt? And it's a central question. It's a question of great importance, because certain contextual priorities are very, very different from a developing country's point of view. But I think the consensus was not to reinvent the wheel. The consensus was also to see what is the purpose of taxonomy. It is to mobilize capital from different sources, and offshore capital is a big pool of capital. It is also, the purpose is also to track capital and to understand risks better, and for it to become the basis of incentives. Now, when I say not reinvent, it does not mean not have its own characteristics, right? But what hinders the flow of finance is the notion of risk, is the lack of common language. And that is what, even within Indian context, SEBI has produced the Green Bond Guidelines, BRSR, BRR also are the processes that I have been involved with. But what kept on coming from the market participants is, we don't have a definition, we don't have thresholds, how do we measure? So I think that is what the Indian taxonomy development process is now undertaking, that we're agreeing that at least on environmental objectives, we will follow science-based thresholds. Now that we have a 2070 target, we do have a trajectory. There will be, exercise that will help us understand what the transition pathway means. We recognize that there will be importance of quantitative thresholds wherever, whether that's for energy, and in different sectors, what do they mean? So we have been undertaking this process. The second aspect is, the fact that you asked, what happens now? So first of all, you have to cover a whole lot of sectors and activities. In terms of commonality and differences, Caroline, you would be interested in knowing this, that structural aspects or the principal aspect, we are closely aligned to what is an international gold standard in that sense. So we do understand that, the concept of whether you are a sustainable activity, whether it is incremental, whether it is substantial contribution. So the concepts have been taken and they have been broken down, really unpacked to understand what they mean for India, which would mean, Dhruba and everybody else over here on the table, that while we will define, and it is a pretty binary system that we are trying to follow, and some of this is a little bit peek into what is happening, but also I'm also adding my own understanding of the issue, that we will need to say that there is a certain threshold below which you cannot be green or sustainable, and that binary threshold has to be defined with the help of sector transition pathways, etc. I know I have very limited amount of time, and I will finish it with the last couple of thoughts. Give me a couple of minutes. One is, I also wanted to highlight the Indian aspect. So the European aspect is that you put social as safeguards in the minimum safeguard level. And Caroline mentioned that now they are also trying to include social, but they're not including social with environment. They're having a separate social taxonomy. What India has already done in terms of ESG, what SEBI has already done in terms of PSR, BRSR, is to provide that integrated ESG framework already. So it would have been rather a missed opportunity if we did not already put that into an investment taxonomy. So our minimum safeguard, our basis is actually the National Voluntary Guidelines on Responsible Conduct, which have E, S, and G. And from that follows a green pillar, a social pillar, and a green and a social pillar. So you are expanding the spectrum of entry points, and you are looking at things integratedly. Dhruba, you have always said, what is actually the focus in green and how credible it is. So on the green aspect, there are two things. One, as we build this market, we will have to see how can we make this market credible in terms of verifiable. So there is this disclosure aspect and verification aspect that comes from a third source, which is not self-labeling. It goes beyond self-labeling. Yeah? And the disclosure, then the question is BRSR complete in itself? Can this be supplemented? So I remember from our discussions long time ago, which was 2012 or 13, even at that time, we had thought that can we not come out with sector supplements? Can we not begin with financial sector supplement? And I think some of those conversations will again become important. The second aspect is that when you have a system like taxonomy, you will have to have taxonomy aligned disclosures. And what does that mean? That means that how is your capital investment expenditure and your OPEX is aligned to taxonomy, laid principles. Now that adds a layer of complexity, and I'm putting it on the table that this is not necessarily something that can be integrated in the current framework of BRSR. So we will have to look at it, what gets supplemented and what gets added on as a separate framework. But no doubt that what we have been engaging on with the companies and financial institutions, that the quality of disclosures, whether that is on ESG or TCFD, is even more limited, is actually is not of high quality. So there is a lot of work to be done in terms of educating, in terms of hand-holding, in terms of putting out the systems out there and monitoring how the disclosures are happening. So taxonomy will definitely lead to the requirement of disclosures. And it is important that SEBI, RBI, experts, we actually sit together and understanding what is the level of disclosure that is required. Again, there could be a question, and if there is already a development internationally, that could we have a common disclosure framework? Now, those questions need to be discussed, need to be understood. What does common really mean, and where do the divergences need to be introduced? You know, it is not as if that they are there, so they should be there. There is actually a need to introduce the very particular aspects of how things operate in India and how we want investment to flow in. Last point, everybody says data is a big challenge. Is it to begin with a big challenge, or is it something that, you know, will become a challenge once these kind of things become? So to begin with also, I think we don't have good quality data systems, or companies, as well as almost everybody becomes pretty smart on, you know, how to manage disclosures with less data. And always, so there will be a data challenge from the point of beginning, but that cannot be our factor or our reason to say not go ahead. Start small, start voluntarily, you know, and we have seen that anytime that there would be a small pack of leaders who will start voluntarily, as they have started on TCFD, as they have started doing work on PRSR, and perhaps that will be our endeavor, that they start doing it on taxonomy also, build that cohort of institutions which lead, and then people will follow, both in terms of voluntary action as well as, I think, regulation. And regulation will play a major, major role in making this mainstream.
Thank you, Neha. Thank you. Thank you for the kind of very detailed enumeration and elaboration on that. But let me now turn to Chaitanya. I believe he's here.
Yeah, I'm here.
And hi, Chaitanya.
Hello.
Yeah, hello. So we heard that markets want their finance flow to green. Regulators, policymakers also want to allocate capital to green. You have various, I would say, stakeholder pressures to intermediate, financial intermediation more to green. At the same time, we see that globally, and more from the capital markets point of view, rather than public financial institutions and banks, that it is, as Neha was also talking about, it's quite small. And also the point that there is a tool required for accountability, verifiability, and some sort of a metric that the market needs. And that's where SEBI has come out with a consultation paper on ESG ratings. And there have been ESG ratings by various service providers, which I'm sure you're aware of, MSCIs and Sustainalytics. Maybe there are a few others. But coming back to the key question is, the context of this discussion also spoke about greenwashing. There is a sort of a sense that ESG ratings lend themselves to greenwashing in terms of the information that they provide to investors, or let's say lenders also for that matter. And that's because if you were to look at any of the frameworks, you will not find primacy of climate in the entire set of parameters. Yes, there is social, yes, there is good governance, but does ESG tend to camouflage and send you a message of being green when it is not? Or are we overreacting, or is the market overreacting, or what should be the way forward? Possibly. And it is very contextual because SEBI has come out with this consultation paper. Over to you.
Yeah, thanks Dhruva, and thanks Shakti for organizing this. I think very, very significantly important point and questions from our, the way things are getting developed as we speak. We have to look at from, 2-3 lenses, and I'll try to elaborate them. First of all, when the market, they are looking at this ESG rating, and the ESG ratings are on the disclosure. So it tends to be on the non-financial disclosure. So financial disclosure anyway, and most of the ESG rating companies are historically looking at the rating from the financial disclosure point of view. So the positive side is both financial and non-financial disclosure is happening. We talked about BRSR, more robust disclosure will come as we look forward. And all of this will be then evaluated in some sense. So the good thing is, if I'm an investor, I will now have more information, synthesize information to take a call on the organization performance, both financial and non-financial. I think this is what is happening right now, and probably we should not complain about it. And that's, it's a welcome move. Now, where the problem arises, that the most of this rating agencies, they work on a subscription model, in a sense that, their purpose is to provide information to their subscription holder, and therefore everyone has their own way of evaluating. And I would say it's a USP for them. It could be their trade secret, etc., etc. Some are more open, some are not, but then they have their own clientele to cater. That's what the starting point. But I do believe that they are changing and they are aligning to what otherwise the companies whom they rate, they are expecting. So that is what is today happening. Therefore, you will see that same company, but same performance, obviously, but then they are getting rated by different rating agencies in a different manner. And how they differentiate themselves, everyone will call ESG, but then the weightages are different. What they consider as a publicly available information is different. Someone will use a, high-end data technology, scrapping data from the publicly available information. Someone will rely on the information which is submitted to them. So variety of that. And Durga, you talked about 2, but I can count about 50 such agencies. So there is plethora of them. And let's believe that they are doing job, what is to be done. Now look at from the other lens, that is the organization's lens. And in every aspect, most of us, we would be aware that earlier, the disclosure, non-financial disclosure started happening from GRI, and GRI used to do that grading like A, B, or A+. And at least in India, and I would say several other parts of the world, there was, race that who is going to get A+. And that's something like that has started happening even when companies are responding to, or in some cases, even if not responding, but getting rated by these ESG rating agencies. And rightly so. Nobody is very comfortable if their, ratings are not high. At the percentile level, if they are less than 50%, then of course the management asks why this is happening so. So on the industry also, there is a lot of pressure that why it is happening, and probably several of them, they come to me and to us, and very, very difficult to provide a proper explanation that why it is happening. But that is a reality, and therefore, I would kind of commend what SEBI is trying to do. Probably they are trying to come up, what they have already done is a consultation paper. They are trying to put together, some sort of a system, processes, more important, a framework. I am completely supportive of that, but I have a, kind of a word of caution that it should not be too prescriptive. Why? Because ultimately, what is the end use of this rating? End use of the rating is someone is using it for funding. For example, there is a green bond which is being issued, and they had talked about it. Someone is using that, the rating agency could be, the rating given by a particular agency could be one of the parameter to decide what could be the coupon rate or rate of interest, for example. And I have seen some of those examples happening in the real life. In India, I'm trying to say. So, and if you look at the international market, there are so many such examples that we can find. So there is a purpose. Some of these rating agency, they solve in the capital market, and there is a reliance on that. What we need is some sort of a framework and standardization so that everyone can get benefited. And my appeal to the industry is not to look at as an award function. It is not. It is definitely not an award function in some sense, saying that, okay, I have to get the highest rating. I think that's not the view. As long as you are on the top percentile, should be fine. And also, many times it depends on the sector. Right now, one of the thing probably we are struggling with upcoming BRSR, that how do we apply it for different sector? And if you compare with what is happening, in other parts of the world, there is a sector-based approach. So some combination of what is going to best work for us in India, probably time will tell, as a combination of different lenses. The best way forward is to have some sort of approach. I think we all should support SEBI, providing our recommendation, having a dialogue with them, so that we have a most mature framework to analyze non-financial performance of a company in the public domain. That could be the one point. And second point, how we can use it, for real making a difference. And I was hearing, gentlemen from SEBI, and I do believe, that a lot of capital flow is going to happen. Again, banks are also evaluating that most of their capital flow will happen to, meet requirement of India to move towards net zero. So if your next investment is happening on a new energy, new technology, e-vehicle and, all sorts of environment friendly technologies, how do you decide and what should be the rate of interest? If you can provide some concession, accelerate the technology and reduce your NPA, I mean, why not? So all this will really get enabled if you have a very excellent framework of rating agency doing their job accurately and fantastically. So I'll stop here, Dhruva. Right. Over to you.
No, thanks a lot, Chaitanya. Let me just ask Krutika, do I have time for another round of questions or are we running short? But I have a pressing question for SEBI. In that case, I will end with that. What, Krutika?
Sure. I think the latter would be good.
You mean I have time to go through all full round?
No, we're running a little bit late.
Okay.
So
but I have a pressing question for Mr. Mohanty. Sir, having heard all of this, my question to you is, while there is a disclosure of, you alluded to the point that, yes, ESG, BRSR is holistic, responsible business reporting covers all of environmental, social governance, good business conduct, and so on. But you alluded to the fact that need for separating green in some way, because we are talking of green financial system. So I want to ask you here on the ESG ratings, again, the framework becomes BRSR. So would you talk about saying that should there be a green ratings, which means essentially we are targeting green primacy and qualifying social and governance. And that's what Neha had also referred to at some way. So is there a need? Do we feel that there is a need to have a focused disclosure, a focused assessment by way of a ratings, or call it by whatever name? Over to you, sir.
Yeah, what Neha also pointed out is that our ESG framework that we have prescribed for the market, it is an integrated one. See, in Indian context, the social factors are quite important and very, very important. In fact, we rank very, very low in terms of human development index or inclusive development index in terms of women labor workforce. And there is a lot of inequality and social disparities that we are witnessing. Apart from, at the same time, we are progressing as a country. So therefore, the approach has always been climate plus. And climate plus means all the social factors have to be integrated. And the G is the governance part, and G will take care of E and as well as S. So that is the integrated approach. I think in the long run, the investable characteristics of a company will get enhanced automatically the moment the company, of course, the threshold, the taxonomy is definitely essential. And I'm sure what Carolina also is pointing out, it will take a lot of time. India is going to adopt or adapt, or I mean, they have to create their own taxonomy. That will take time. But at the same time, the ESG framework as an integrated subject is definitely going to be in the long run a big successful story, as far as it is going to throw upon a very good platform for others to assess. Next is that I would like to pinpoint is that what one interesting part of this ESG disclosure that SEBI has giving to lessen the burden of compliance and disclosure compliance, we have asked the companies they can always give that the interoperability feature is there. They can, if any company is already disclosing certain things under the GRI or SASB or TCFD framework, they can always give a link to that. So automatically, if in overseas jurisdiction any sectoral disclosures are already being made or going to be made, if some Indian international company, multinational company, or a multinational overseas multinational company having Indian presence in the form of listed entities, they can always disclose that in their BRSL framework, giving a link to that. Automatically the public will come to know their own sectoral disclosures without any increasing their additional and creating an additional burden for disclosure. So having said that, as I told you that we have green bond regulations for separate disclosure. And once the research analysts or the CRAs who are now proposed to they are going to become the ESG rating providers as per SEBI's consultation paper, once they come into their the picture with their net worth or whatever criteria infrastructure to do that, going forward, apart from making ESG rating, they can always go to specific rating of green bonds, or they can always rate a particular theme-based scheme that a mutual fund is going to launch. So I agree with you that next level onwards, maybe from macro to micro, and there can be very good ratings, transparent ratings for each and every product, green product that we'll have in the market that will help the entire ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Monti. Thank you. And Kritika, in that case, in interest of time, this session is over to you now.
Thank you, Dr. Purkayastha, for the very engaging conversation. I am sorry to cut you short for this. I will invite you to stay on stage for a synthesis of the 3 panel discussions we just had. So I'll revert back to you.
Thanks.
Dr. Purkayastha, I would ask you to do the synthesis for the 3 panel discussions again.
Okay. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you. This was really a very engaging 3 hours, 3.5 hours. I was trying to listen with a lot of rapt attention, but yeah, in this short time that I have to summarize, I'll have to sort of summarize my key takeaways, which I kind of points that I carry through, not really be able to summarize each discussion in a separate manner. But let me start with by saying, I think there is an overwhelming acknowledgement of climate change, inevitability of climate change. That's one, which affects all our lives and which importantly for this session affects the financial sector. So it's acknowledged by policymakers, it is acknowledged by financial sector regulators, it's acknowledged by banks, it's acknowledged by capital markets. So all of us sort of acknowledge that it impacts. Where it impacts? So what we heard from the policymaker, on the Secretary, Environment and Ministry of Finance very clearly is India's enhanced ambitions on NDC, India's initiatives in terms of how scaling up of climate mitigation, renewable energy, EV trajectory, and India's investments on adaptation, which are likely to happen, which were a part of session 1. So we heard the policy and the institutional aspects very clearly stated out. When we came to the financial sector from the regulation point of view, from NGFS, from the Treasury France, from our own central bank, the RBI, and SEBI, and State Bank of India, very clearly there's a clear acknowledgement that there is a climate risk in the financial system. So let me call it acknowledgement of climate related financial risk comes out loud and clear. And as the gentleman from NGFS said, it does draw attention, it raises attention. Very clearly, there is a raising attention. A few points back again from here. So moving from here, we move to physical and transition risks. Yes, there is a aspect of physical risk, which is physical, and there is a transition risk, which is what policymakers and regulators are transitioning. And one small point here, and it was a very interesting point made, that a climate risk is really embedded in the system, which means in a way that you have to sort of, it is endogenous. Dr. Rajiv Lal made that point. It is endogenous to the extent it's very interesting to think that actually as you move towards the very measures of mitigating climate risk, what you are essentially doing is, as physical risks go up, you are creating those transition risks. So policy is creating transition risk. They have to concomitantly be managed. That's the point, was very succinctly made, that needs to be looked at holistically. Which brings me to the point, again, acknowledged very well and brought out very clearly, there's a need to shift markets, intermediation, capital allocation, whichever way it goes, whether it goes from the banking sector, whether it goes from the markets, we'll have to move it towards green. And that's the movement. Again, the policymaker in India from the Ministry of Finance was clear. This needs incentives, this needs priority sector lending, this needs subvention, this needs all the policy tools that are there in terms of. Now we come to the other side. How do you manage climate related financial risks? And therefore, how does it manage? How does it impact individual financial institutions? How does this aggregate together on a macro prudential level? And that's where we come to financial stability. Very well articulated by the central banker, by RBI, in saying these are the steps being taken, that there is a lack of data, there is a lack of capacity, there is a lack of frameworks. And we spoke about international frameworks. We spoke about how long and how far NGFS has come in terms of combining the globe together from a central bankers together to bring this recognition, bring out directions, bring out guidance, bring out peer learning towards it. A few other points which I noted down and probably worth a mention are those that the existing regulatory frameworks like BIS, Basel, it's not that they need to change. They are there. There's capital, there is market discipline, there is supervisory, there is oversight, which is the pillars. The same pillars could be used for managing climate risk at an aggregate level, at an individual level. Even we heard about talking about capital, which is quite interesting. We talk about capital. It could be a layer of capital which could come about separately, and that is still work in process very clearly, as BIS brings out, saying there is a guidance, but it is affects which one? Affects credit, market, operations, all of it, or is it a separate one? That was articulated by the executive director of RBI very clearly, of saying that it is work in process. And where does it therefore come into? Because we are used to looking at risks historically. We are used to looking at our instruments of risk and credit ratings per se, look at it historically, and then we kind of try and kind of prognosticate into the future. But this is like data in the history does not give me a picture of the future. Therefore, how do I model? How do I stress test? Those guidances are in process. A few other things which is interesting coming out is things like green budgeting, green monetary policy. So we are dealing with the other side also. Can there be a greening of monetary policy beyond what conventional roles of, let's say, inflation management and financial stability of the central bank? So is there a monetary policy role there? Yes, it was spoken about and discussed. So finally, we talked about green budgets. We talked about information, about providing information to the investor in terms of when we came to the last session of disclosing on ESG or green, between ESG and green, a more holistic and more specific towards green, adopting taxonomy. And finally, I'll end with saying that all of it, there is the role which was brought about. There is a role for the regulator, there's a role for the market. Some places there is a classic market failure, which was talked about, and therefore regulation needs to come in, the policymaker needs to come in. And I'll end with, finally, there was also a discussion on saying carbon needs to be priced, which way we do it, what we do about it, because there is a negative externality created, there is a need to price this. Thank you. I'll end here. Kritika, over to you.
Thank you again, Dr. Purkayastha, for the succinct synthesis. I'd also like to take a moment to thank all of our panelists today for their time and their valuable insights. It has left us with immense potential for interesting collaborations and work ahead. We hope to carry this conversation forward over this year, and we will also share details for the workshop in June soon. That being said, I now welcome His Excellency Mr. Emmanuel Leno, Ambassador of France in India, to share his thoughts and closing remarks.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes, loud and clear. Good.
Yes.
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chairman, CEOs of SIDBI, AFD, and Shakti Foundation, and distinguished panelists and dear friends. Well, first, I'd like to thank the organizer of this meeting and discussion conference, SIDBI, Shakti, AFD, and the French Treasury. I mean, it's a great initiative to bring all of you and so much expertise around the table. Now it's quite a heavy duty. I mean, I'm very humbled by the great level of the specialists, which I've been discussing for almost 3 hours, I understand. And it's quite a task to make some closure remarks and on this process. And actually, I don't think it's really a conclusion. I think what you've done today is more like the beginning of a process of exchanges that are going to continue all throughout 2022 between Indian and French experts from Mumbai to Paris, from Delhi to Brussels. And I don't think, by the way, that a 3-hour conference can really exhaust such an important topic, such as the sustainability of our economy. And you can be sure that this discussion will really inspire what we're going to do, our governments, what France will do during this semester when it has the EU presidency. And also, I'm sure that next year it will inspire India as it will hold the presidency of the G20, which is going to be also very important. I mean, obviously, the commitment that were made by India and the ambitious announcement made at COP26 by Prime Minister Modi were quite impressive. I mean, setting new targets by 2030 and the pledge to reach a net zero emissions by 2070 was very much welcome. Now we hope, obviously, that India will translate this announcement into its national contribution and in a long-term strategy. But that was a major step, and a major step in which the financial sector will have an important role to take, and that's where all of you come in. We feel that it's really, really, really important that we talk about greening the financial system. I mean, it's important to address global sustainability and climate-related issues. And this will have to be a long-term strategy. Only in the long term we can succeed. It's very important, but I know that India is very committed, and in 2021 it has shown a renewed commitment at an international level. First, when the RBI joined the network for greening the financial system, the secretariat of which is hosted by the Banque de France, the French Reserve Bank, and also shown a commitment to integrating climate-related risks into financial stability monitoring. It is very, very important. And I'm confident that we together will succeed. I mean, for my country, it's of utmost importance to implement this approach and these commitments from climate finance to the greening of India's finance and financial system. And in 2022, the GIFS initiatives aim to contribute to the existing dialogue and thus creating initiatives to join forces. So I'm happy that we collectively managed to build a platform, and you can be sure that French and European authorities will be very eager, very active in feeding this debate. And when I see the really high level of participation today, I'm quite very, very confident that you will have all the support needed. So thank you very much. I wish all of you a lot of success in this initiative and to continue to build bridges between France, Europe, India. And obviously you have in your hands one of the most challenging and important issue that we have on the table right now. So thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you, Mr. Leno. With that, we conclude our conference, but as you rightly said, this conference merely marks the beginning of a broader climate and green finance dialogue between Indian, French, and European partners. And this would be undertaken as part of the Green Indian Financial System initiative. We will be launching a workshop in June 2022 in Paris, followed by a conclusive seminar in Mumbai towards the end of the year, following up on these discussions. I hope our dear guests appreciated the discussions today, and we will hopefully see you in the upcoming events of the Green Indian Financial System initiative. In case you have any questions related to the conference or to the initiative, do not hesitate to reach out to us at gifsinitiative.com. Thank you, and wishing you all a wonderful weekend ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.